It's my pleasure to welcome you to this big event for us as a university, as a college, and for the Department of Information Systems here.
I don't have to tell this group that what an exciting technology that blockchain really is. It's a disruptive technology similar to what we saw many, many years ago coming out of Silicon Valley and other places. I think it's of that. So the Blockchain Center of Excellence is about thinking bigger. It's about asking questions and seeing where else this technology can actually take us. And above that, what I'm very pleased with and very proud of is that I think as an institution, we're on the leading edge of something really big.
Hope is looking at life on tiptoes, and that's the image I have. But to me, that illustrates where we are with blockchain. Looking at the future on tiptoes, seeing where will this lead us. And Dr. Lassity, I'll tell you, I have some hopes for this center. And I don't want to put too much on your shoulders too early. But the first hope is that this center will be an excellent support for our industry leaders that are a part of this. From ArcBest, IBM, J.B. Hunt, Tyson, and Walmart, key industry leaders that this center needs to support, it is designed to support in their blockchain innovation. Secondly, this center is my hope that this center will be a research institution, as it will be, an advocate for new applications that fit Arkansas. I hope that there's much that comes out of this center in new applications and innovations and where this can lead our state in terms of economy and efficiency and industry opportunities.
It's go time, people. Welcome to the 2020 Blockchain for Business Conference, coming to you from the beautiful campus at the University of Arkansas. I'm Mary Lassity, your Master of Ceremonies for our two-day conference. I'm also Walton Professor of Information Systems, and I'm the Director of the Blockchain Center of Excellence. Now, there are many Blockchain for Business conferences, but I think we do something very special here at the University of Arkansas because we've integrated this conference into our undergraduate and our graduate blockchain curriculum. So among the 500 attendees today, we have 80 students attending, about 20 of our faculty and staff, and about 400 business professionals. And I'd like to share a little bit more with you about the Blockchain Center of Excellence. Now, if you watch the lead-in video, you did learn that the Blockchain Center of Excellence was launched by the Governor of Arkansas, Asa Hutchinson, in 2018. And our mission is really to be a premier academic leader in both research and education on blockchains for business. And this conference meets both of those objectives of our mission. So if you want to connect more with the Blockchain Center of Excellence, I encourage you to go to blockchain.uark.edu. You can learn all about the faculty involved. You can learn about our students and our events, and we hope that you'll sign up for our newsletter. Today, we're streaming live on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Facebook, in addition to our Brella app. We're also going to take this opportunity at the conference to hear from you, our audience. So I highly encourage you before the end of the conference to take the attendee survey. And you'll find that in the Brella app. On the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see a little more button. And if you click on the more button, you'll see the attendee survey. I'm so pleased to introduce you to the Blockchain Center of Excellence team. So we have Catherine Carlisle. She is our Senior Managing Director of the Blockchain Center of Excellence. And Catherine is really the brains and the heart behind this video conference today. She's also an instructor, so she teaches our cryptocurrency class here at the Sam M. Walton College of Business. I'm also very pleased to introduce Dr. Dan Conway. He's Associate Director of the Blockchain Center of Excellence. And that sounds very stuffy, but in reality, Dan is our resident cypherpunk and libertarian. He's also a full teaching professor. He teaches a lot of our curriculum, but I'll just call out that his students from his Blockchain Fundamentals class are attending the conference today. I also have the privilege of serving as professor and learning coach for our Honors Blockchain Forum, and our students are here today as well. So the three of us are not the only ones doing research and teaching on blockchain, so I'd like to introduce you to some of our other engaged faculty. So during this conference, you'll have an opportunity to meet Dr. Zach Steelman. He's an assistant professor of information systems. And Zach teaches our blockchain programming classes at the graduate level. So our graduate students are building end-to-end blockchain-enabled business applications using Hyperledger Fabric in the fall, and then they do Solidity Ethereum coding in the spring. I'm also pleased to introduce you to one of my strategic advisors, co-authors, and friends, Dr. Remco van Hoek. He's an expert in supply chains and blockchains. We'll also be meeting Professor Carol Goforth. She's a distinguished professor from our School of Law, and she's an expert worldwide known for her work on cryptocurrency regulations. I also want to acknowledge two of our other instructors teaching blockchain classes this fall. We have Mr. Andrew Mackey teaching our blockchain development course at the undergraduate level, and new to the College of Business, we have Dr. Andrew Lynch. He's teaching blockchains to our finance students in FinTech. Now, the Blockchain Center of Excellence could not meet our mission without our incredible support from our executive advisory board member firms. So we have 9 of them so far, and you're going to hear from some of the blockchain leaders at these companies during the conference. And a special thank you to our 2002 Blockchain for Business sponsors. So thank you to R3 for being our premier sponsor of the conference. And thank you to Algorand, Heifer International, Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, and Identify's Smart Resume for being our major sponsors. You are going to hear from leaders on all of 5 of these organizations during the conference. So next, what I'd like to do is I'd like to bring back Catherine Carlisle, and she's going to share with you a little bit about our Brella platform and our game. So Catherine, I'm going to go on mute to give you the audience. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining our conference today. It's such a pleasure to have you. I want to show you a few tips and tricks to make the most of your experiences with Brella and to figure out a little bit more about the platform that we're using for today. Here we go. So first we have our People tab, and this is where you'll land when you get to Brella. This is all about networking and connecting with others that may share similar interests and intents. What you've done when you came on to Brella, or where you can edit anytime, is this You profile, and you're able to get matches based upon your interest for the conference. Next, we have our Schedule tab, and this will allow you to save certain sessions you may want to attend, to filter and sort, and to read a little bit more about all the things we have to offer. Finally, our Stream tab, we have a lovely live stream here, and you attend your breakout sessions through this drop-down button and select how to ask questions in this side right-hand panel. Next, I want to tell you guys a little bit more about a game that we'll have available for everybody throughout the next 2 days of the conference. So each session, we will have a secret session word where we will give you a keyword in the introduction of our speaker, and we will then at the end of that session have a chance for you in our poll area, which was the same as where you ask questions. You'll just select polls, and you'll have a multiple choice option for the secret session word. You can earn points, and then at the end of the day, we will have a winner for our secret session word game throughout the conference. Thank you so much, Mary. I'm going to hand it back to you.
Well, thank you, Catherine. So now I'm so excited to introduce you to some of our students here so that our business professionals can get to meet them. So Michael, could you please play our student video?
Hi, my name is Ian White, and I'm a Master's of Information Systems student, graduate student. I am currently emphasizing in blockchain, and I'm taking blockchain and e-business development with Dr. Zach Steelman.
So my name is Morgan Smith. I'm originally from Bologna, Arkansas, and I'm a second year MIS student in the professional program.
My name is Odessa Eli, and I'm a full-time Master of Information Systems student at the University of Arkansas.
My name is Shiying Hong, and I am a freshman majoring in computer engineering.
Hello, my name is Lily Wilson, and I'm currently a graduate student getting my master's degree in information systems at the Walton College.
Well, my name is Matthew Showman. I'm a graduate student at the University of Arkansas in the Walton College of Business. I'm studying information systems and I'm focusing on blockchain.
I'm really excited about blockchain because I think that it is going to revolutionize so many industries, and we've seen so many great use cases for blockchain with Colonel James Regner's Veritex, and with the post office currently patenting blockchain applications. I'm really excited to see where it goes in the next 10 years. And I see it as a gold rush.
The reason why I chose blockchain was because of how new and exciting I thought it was, and seeing how much it can affect things like the supply chain, like finance.
There's just so many things that you can do with blockchain, and we're just at the very beginning of discovering what all that is. So that's the main reason why I joined this program.
I do believe that blockchain will change the future of business. No matter how things goes, a central theme of business will be profit. And blockchain is the technologies that will help business to be more profitable.
For this conference, I'm very interested in learning about all of the use cases that people have already found successful. I'm interested in learning about all of the solutions that different people have already implemented. And I'm also interested in networking because I feel like it's so important to build a community, build a network within this space, that this is definitely something that I'm excited about.
For this conference, I'm really excited about being able to see like what new things are in this industry, like what new things have come out recently, maybe some new applications that have been successful, just talking about like how we might be able to use this in the future.
I'm excited about this upcoming blockchain conference because, well, more generally, blockchain is a technology made to solve problems. And at this conference are going to be speakers who have solved various problems. I'm interested in seeing how these people identified a problem and identified that blockchain was going to be a solution to that problem.
For our conference this year, I'm most excited about our amazing speakers, from our Dean Matt Waller to the tech pioneer Nick Szabo. Knowing I'll be able to hear all these knowledgeable people speak on the topic of blockchain in business excites me because I can't wait to learn more.
I'm excited to see where BITA is at. I've heard Dale Christie speak before, and I think he is an incredible speaker, and I'm really excited to see. I heard him probably 4 months ago, and I know things have changed just in 4 months, and I'm really excited to hear Colonel James Regner again, just heard him speak a few months ago, but especially with the respirators, things are changing so rapidly. I'm really excited to see where that's at, where it's developed. I think he is always such a great speaker. And then someone I've never heard before is Nick Szabo. And I'm really excited. He's one of the pioneers of blockchain, and you read about him, you see videos about him, but I've never seen him speak live. And so I think that is going to be one presentation that I really look forward to and really pay attention to, because like I said, as a pioneer, he's going to provide things that I would have never thought of or thought possible in the late 90s like he did. So I'm really excited for that.
I am most excited about actually seeing and meeting those blockchain stars who are making the history of blockchain, creating a business of value.
Oh, well, welcome to our first keynote session. Now, the secret word for this session is token. So token, and you'll have an opportunity to enter that in the Brella platform at the end of our keynote speech. What a pleasure today to have Alex Tapscott here as our keynote speaker. Now, Alex, you actually changed my world. So I read your 2016 book, Blockchain Revolution: How Technology Behind Bitcoin is Changing Money, Business, and the World. And after I read this, you inspired me to completely change my research direction to focus exclusively on blockchains. So Alex co-authored this with Don Tapscott, and 2016 was just the beginning. They launched the Blockchain Research Institute, which is a global phenomenon. In fact, last month, you just had a big explosion of growth in Europe. And I really encourage the audience to go to alextapscott.com. There's so much content there. One of my favorite things on your webpage, Alex, is I love your TED Talk. Blockchain is eating Wall Street. It's had 700,000 views. Now, Alex most recently has published Financial Services Revolution: How Blockchain is Transforming Money, Markets, and Banking. And today he's going to talk to us about the new age of finance. So Alex, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mary. It's my pleasure.
Okay, I'm going to turn the stage over to you, and when you're ready for questions from our audience, and I encourage people to start typing your questions into the Brella platform. When you're ready, just call me back.
Sounds great. So I wanted to just one plug for you, since you did such a great job plugging my book. This is a book that you wrote, which has this lovely inscription, personalized inscription. I'm so glad to hear that the book had such a big impact on your research and on the coursework at the University of Arkansas. This is a very exciting topic, and I'm glad that it's resonating with you and your students. So I'm going to share a deck, and the idea here is that I will walk through this for about 25 to 30 minutes, and then from there we can go into the Q&A. So just give me a moment to go to the slideshow view. Great, okay, wonderful. So this is a very interesting time, obviously, in human history. This global pandemic that we're all experiencing has accelerated the course of human events and accelerated the course of human history. And that's something that occurs in every single crisis. Laws that usually take years to pass are passed in a matter of weeks or months. Big trends like e-commerce, which have been slowly and steadily growing over time, all of a sudden leapfrog 5 to 10 years into the future. We're forced to confront big changes in how we do business, the way we work, and the way we learn. Education, for example, has moved online with mixed impacts, I think, some positive and some negative. And it's, I think, fair to say that we're entering into this new age, that the pandemic sort of acted as a punctuation point for the last age. And I think the new age is going to be characterized by the rise of a number of new kinds of technologies. And it's very much the beginning of a second digital age. The first digital age, of course, was enabled by the microprocessor, the personal computer, the internet, and so forth. And now we're in this period where technology is ubiquitous. It's part of our daily lives. It's part of the way we work, and it's part of the way we do business. And there are many new technologies that people talk about as part of this second digital age. But there's one in particular that I think is going to do more than any other to transform our world in some positive ways and perhaps some negative ways, which I'm happy to discuss. And that technology, of course, is the technology behind cryptocurrencies, and it's called blockchain. It's my firm belief that blockchain represents nothing short of the second era of the internet. And it's going to do more for the world than the first era of the internet did. Let me explain what I mean by that. When you use the internet today to send and move and share information, you're not actually sending an original, unique thing. You're sending a copy or a version, excuse me, and you're retaining an original. Now, for most kinds of information, it's actually a huge benefit. It's kind of like we all have our own printing press for information. So if I send an email to one person, I can send it to someone else. If I write a blog post, it's available for all to read. If I put something in to Twitter. If I tweet something or I post something on Instagram or Facebook, it can spread very quickly and be seen by all my friends. So having a printing press for information is kind of a good thing. Except when it comes to things that have value, assets specifically, things like money or stocks or bonds or titles or deeds or votes, being able to copy any of those things is a very big problem, obviously. Because if you can copy money, the money becomes worthless. If you can sell the same share of Apple over and over and over again, then that asset becomes worthless. And of course, if you can vote over and over again, it undermines the validity and value of the outcome of an election. So it's great to have a printing press for information. It's not so great to have a printing press for assets. And this is a very specific computer science problem that people have been trying to figure out for some time. How do we create digital scarcity? How do we create trust online? And because it's such a difficult problem to solve, we've relied on intermediaries, middlemen, to stand in the center of our economic lives online as well as offline, and perform some essential tasks. They establish identity, they create trust, they handle the business logic, the movement and flow of assets and value in our economy. And overall, they do an okay job. But they have some very specific limitations. They're centralized, which means they're vulnerable to hacking or to attack. They add cost and friction to transactions. They exclude big parts of the population who don't have access to financial services. And they capture data about people, which is problematic because it means we can't use that data to organize our affairs, we can't monetize it, and of course it could be used to undermine our privacy. So what if the internet were entering a second era, from an internet of information to an internet of value? What if we had a way for people, businesses, other entities to transact, to move value, to create value online without the need for trusted third parties? And this insight kind of came to me originally when I first learned about Bitcoin in 2012, I think, 2013. This is before the word blockchain entered the vernacular. There was no blockchain industry per se. There was this one cryptocurrency that was enabled by blockchain. And what Bitcoin did was pretty revolutionary. It gave us a way to move value peer-to-peer without an intermediary. And what's so interesting about Bitcoin is that it worked. And it worked so well that it's set off this spark, which is kind of caught on like wildfire and captured people's imagination. So with that little kernel of insight, this idea that, well, Bitcoin, if you can move Bitcoin online and people can trust that when they own it, it's the only version of its kind, could that same basic principle apply to other kinds of assets? And if so, what would that mean for different industries? What would it mean for government? What would it mean for supply chains and manufacturing? And what would it mean, of course, and I think most importantly, for the financial services industry? And so together with my father, Don Tapscott, we wrote this book, Blockchain Revolution, which, better lucky than smart, they say. It came out in 2016, right, as people beyond the small clique of those interested originally in this idea were starting to latch on to this concept, people in finance and in government and so forth. And it ended up selling over 500,000 copies, and it's been translated into 19 languages and continues to do quite well and have a great impact. One area, and this is what I'd like to focus my remarks on today, is that the financial services industry, I think, is the one most ripe for change as a result of blockchain. If you're familiar with this basic diagram, this is called a Rube Goldberg machine. A Rube Goldberg machine is a vast and complicated apparatus, and in the end, it does a very simple thing, like it cracks an egg or closes a door. This is basically the way our financial services industry kind of works today, right? And I'll kind of explain what I mean by that. So if you go to the store and you tap your card on the card reader, you might think that the money in your account is going instantly to the merchant. Of course, it's not. It is going through a sequence of intermediaries, and in the end, it's taking days for that transaction to settle, and it's costing the merchant big fees. If you think about the securities industry, I'm sorry, I have to just pause this for 1 second. Hi, sorry about that. It's one of the perks of doing these things from home. You never know what's going to pop up. So it turns out that much of the technology that underpins the financial services industry is older than I am, and it's certainly older than the students who are listening to this presentation. And that's sort of a funny thing, because the internet has transformed so many industries, publishing, media, how we search for information, how we communicate with each other. But it actually hasn't had as big an impact on the financial services industry, and that is going to change. The industry itself is kind of more than just any one single industry. It is the lifeblood of global commerce. It's the way in which we coordinate money, value, assets across geographies, across marketplaces. And its leaders, back in the old days, they used to be known as the masters of the universe. Now, they're not really known as that anymore, probably because people in the tech industry are the real masters of the universe today. But if you look at the industry and you sort of peel back all these layers, it basically does 9 things. And I'm going to sort of talk through a few of those during this presentation. The first thing it does is give individuals in a market a way to identify who they are, where they are, etc. In financial services, this is known as KYC or AML, Know Your Customer, and anti-money laundering. It's important that participants in a market have verifiable identities. The second thing they do is it gives a way to store value. Now, for individuals, that can mean in a high-interest savings account. For a corporation, it could mean storing excess cash in so-called risk-free assets like T-bills. But this is an incredibly important thing, because otherwise money would just be stuffed in the mattress. The third thing it does is give us a way to move value. The global payment system is critical to the functioning of our economy, everything from retail payments to vast transfers of wealth between corporations, governments, and so forth. The fourth thing they do is give us a way to lend value and to access credit, of course. Everything from buying a car or buying a house to financing the acquisition of a company for tens or perhaps hundreds of billions of dollars. The fifth thing that it does is give us a way to access capital, risk capital, to fund a new business. So in the world today, it's VC, venture capital, IPOs, and so forth. The sixth thing is exchanging value, a way to transact in different financial markets, from stocks and bonds to derivatives and so forth. The seventh thing is insuring value. This would be a way to insure against catastrophic risk. 8, analyzing value. Data mining is very important to the industry, of course. And 9 is accounting. Now, accounting is not exactly the sexiest topic, but it's sort of foundational to all of this, because it gives us a way to organize information across different periods of time, and across different geographies, and across different functions within an organization, in a way that allows us to actually understand what's happening inside of a company. And people say that accounting is the foundation of modern commerce, and I tend to agree. So we're not going to talk about all of these. I'd like to talk about a few of my favorites. Let's talk about identity first. So there's this new cliche that says data is the new oil. And you know, it's cute, but I think it's sort of inaccurate. I don't think data is the new oil. I think of data as sort of the new industrial plant and equipment. So throughout history, various assets have been foundational to the economy at that point in time. So during feudal times, land was the most important asset class. During industrial times, it wasn't oil per se, the fortunes were made in oil. It was actually an industrial plant and equipment, the ability and capacity to build stuff. And today, it is data. Data is the most important asset in the world. Now, what's problematic about the way the world works today is that we all create this data, but we don't get to monetize it. It's sort of, in a way, a version of data feudalism, in a sense, digital feudalism, in that we provide all of this data to large corporations, and in the end, we only get to capture a small amount of the value. So what blockchain enables is for individuals to enter into transactions in a way that is more private and more anonymous. And that's a good thing, because it means you don't have to disclose everything about yourself every time you want to buy something or move money between parties. But it also, quite interestingly, gives us a way to actually capture more value. So if you own and control your identity, you can decide how much information a counterparty gets to see. And you can decide whether or not you want to get compensated for that. So in a way, this is making data less of a feudal model and more of a citizen-centric model. And that is incredibly important. In terms of financial inclusion, the upshot of all of this is that if individuals can attest to who they are through more innovative means, perhaps they don't need the old attestations like, a birth certificate, for example, to get access to financial services. And for the people who are listening, if you're familiar with the DeFi space, decentralized finance, that's an example of how people can do that, which we'll discuss in a bit more detail. Moving value. So the value of stablecoins has increased from about $500 million 3 years ago to $20 billion as of last week. This is one of the fastest growing marketplaces in the world, period. And what's interesting about it is that it started with startups like Tether and Gemini and Circle and others, but it's now becoming much more commonplace and obviously much more interesting to big corporations. Everyone, I'm sure, is familiar with Libra, which is a very interesting and potentially problematic project by the Facebook Corporation that wants to basically, having sort of captured the information side of your life, wants to capture the value side of your life and be an essential party to all of your transactions online. Now, Facebook has received a lot of backlash from this. Understandably, I think we should scrutinize large companies that are trying to do, big and bold things. But what's interesting about the backlash is that the backlash isn't against blockchain or stablecoins in and of themselves. The backlash is actually against Facebook being the company that's doing this, because Facebook has a checkered history as it relates to protecting user information and doing the right thing. So whether or not Facebook launches Libra, and I think it's still a big if. I mean, this has been going on for over a year, and they still haven't actually gone live with this project. I think that it's only a matter of time before others ultimately step up to the plate, because I don't think that Jeff Bezos, for example, is going to want to have Libra bucks trading on the Amazon marketplace or being used to buy goods and services. I think ego alone will spur innovation in that regard. So going to number 5, funding and investing. So the traditional way that companies get funded is that you start off with an idea, and then you go out and you do an angel round. So you go to friends and family, people in your network, or some professional investors maybe, and you try to raise a little bit of money. From there, you go to the seed stage, and if you're successful, you might then get funding from venture capital firms at the Series A stage, Series B, C, so on and so forth. And if you're successful, then you get to go public. Now you get to go public by IPO or SPAC or direct listing or whatever. There's a few different ways that companies can go public. And this is a model that has worked pretty well, and it's a model that American capitalism has pioneered. And it's led to the creation of some amazing companies. But it's also a system that's sort of antiquated in some respects. Now, many of you may remember the so-called ICO boom that happened in 2017 and 2018. Of course, there's still new token sales going on today. They're just happening under a different name. And I think that that was one of the big problems with the ICO boom, was that it was a bit of a misnomer. ICO implies that companies are issuing coins like money, when really they're not. They're issuing something more akin to equity into a new venture. And I think that if you peel back sort of the over exuberance of the ICO boom, the underlying kernel was quite incredible, which is that if you're an entrepreneur, regardless of where you are in the world, you can issue a token which represents a claim on what you're doing, could be a piece of equity or something else, to a global marketplace of investors. And those investors need not be big professional investors. Some of them could be, but some of them can be smaller. And you can raise the money you need to start your business. So it doesn't matter if you're in Little Rock or in Toronto or in Silicon Valley or in Pakistan or Nigeria or something like that. You have the same access to capital as others do. And that's really important because today, at least, or historically, people have always said, well, you got to be in the Valley in order to raise the right VC money from the right people. I think that's not true. And I also think that the coronavirus, which has decentralized a lot of organizations as work from home becomes more popular, is demonstrating that companies can function across geographies, so we should be able to fund them across geographies as well. Number 6, exchanging value. So Mary said that the magic word for this talk was token, which that's pretty cool. Anyway, tokenomics, tokens are an incredibly interesting innovation. So I think people look at the industry today and they see that there are thousands of so-called cryptocurrencies, and they might wonder, quite correctly, why do we need all these different kinds of money? Surely one version of money or a few versions of money is probably enough. In the world today, we have lots of different nation states which create and issue their own money, and it's not really a system that works that well. And the important thing here is that most tokens are not designed to be money in the sense that they're designed to be a store value, a unit of account, a way to buy goods and services, because a lot of them don't function like that. Instead, they have sort of different kinds of purposes. Cryptocurrencies, things like Bitcoin, platform tokens, things like Ethereum, utility tokens. A lot of these new DeFi projects have tokens that allow you to earn interest if staked to a new network. Security tokens, these would be tokens that represent equities, bonds, derivatives, other kinds of traditional financial assets. Natural asset tokens, tokens that represent claims on things like carbon or land or water or air. Crypto collectibles, NFTs, so-called non-fungible tokens, basically digital art, digital collectibles, and so forth. And of course, stable coins as well. Each of those different areas could be its own 45-minute discussion. We could go into great detail about how, say, the securities market for stocks, for example, is undergoing a big transformation. If you'd like to learn more about that, I would encourage you to check out Financial Services Revolution, the book Mary mentioned at the very beginning. The final one is accounting. So accounting is an invention that's about 500 years old, and it was invented by a mathematician in Italy named Luca Pacioli. And he had this really interesting insight, which is that the merchants at the time in Florence were recording transactions chronologically in a ledger. So every time there was a purchase or sale, they would just put a line item into a ledger. And they would have a notebook like this, probably leather bound and 10 times as large, that they'd have to pour through to find information. What Pacioli figured out was that you could actually organize this information into a table. And for every transaction, you would record as a credit and as a debit. And in the end, these things would balance. And this invention was called a balance sheet. And the balance sheet and the modern accounting practices that followed from that are sort of foundational to the world as we know it, and allowed for us to organize information and money in complex ways. So it was a great invention, but it's also 500 years old. So how could we improve upon Pacioli's insight? Well, as everyone here knows, if you're a student of the course, for every transaction that happens in a crypto asset, there is an entry into a blockchain, a distributed ledger. And so what that means is that if I'm a company that's interacting with that world, I can record my own debit and credit on my own balance sheet, but I know that there's a third entry which is recorded on the blockchain. And so what that means is that effectively we go from this double entry bookkeeping to triple entry bookkeeping. And triple entry bookkeeping can allow us to search, audit, and verify financial information instantaneously, as opposed to doing it with the cycles of the moon every month or doing it every single quarter. So that's an amazing insight, and I'd be happy to discuss more. So I'm just looking at the clock. I'm going to wrap this up in a few minutes so we have time for Q&A. But I wanted to address something that's sort of top of mind today in this industry, and that's this idea of decentralized finance. So it might be helpful just to sort of break this down and understand what is DeFi and how does it differ from the way the world works today. So the way the world works today is that we have large, heavily regulated, centralized intermediaries and entities that effectively govern the way financial markets operate. Big banks, global firms, governments and central banks, and large organizations like the SWIFT network, which handles international payment transactions. On the far end of things, we have the world of decentralized finance. Now, people think of DeFi as some sort of new invention. Well, Bitcoin sort of is the original DeFi. In fact, I think it's probably the most authentically decentralized version of finance that there is. But there are lots of others like MakerDAO, Wi-Fi, Cosmos, which has its own sort of subset of projects that are in this space. Where is the innovation going to happen? It's certainly happening in the DeFi space, but I think in terms of what it means for the world, a lot of it is going to happen sort of somewhere in the middle. So if you were, if you're listening and you were like, let's say the CEO of a bank, I would say that you want to focus on the areas in the center. You know, the world is changing in some interesting ways. We're about to sort of see the biggest cohort of people, millennials and Gen Z, finally start to accumulate assets, money. They interact with financial markets in a fundamentally different way. They're going to want access to different services and products. They're going to want a different experience from financial intermediaries. And that means those companies having to figure out how to do digital asset custody, how to create and, or at least enable customers to use stablecoins, to give them a digital wallet, which allows them to hold traditional securities, cash, and also crypto. A way to use the technology to sort of reinvent their own audit function. They should be looking at how to tokenize securities or to work with companies that want to go public in unconventional means. And they should be looking at, new kinds of applications and new kinds of exchange functions to compete with this new emerging class of companies like Binance, Abra, et cetera. Payments is a very good example of where the world today is highly, highly centralized. SWIFT sits in the center of all of this. And, I think it's possible to imagine a world where instead of everything having to run through SWIFT, these different entities can connect with each other. And in so doing, transactions being recorded to a ledger that they can all trust and be accurate means we don't have this big centralized point of failure, which I will remind you was developed in the 1970s. It's like the oldest instant messaging system in the world, SWIFT, excuse me. So what could the payment system look like? Well, micropayments, peer-to-peer payments, real-time tracking and auditing, anonymous payments, embedded payments, sort of things that self-execute because you have smart contracts or autonomous agents that are your counterparty or your partner. No major point of failure, so no centralized problem with everything kind of running through the center of things, and a single version of the truth. And instant settlement, of course, is something that's kind of important. So when you send money using SWIFT, the message from you to your counterparty happens instantaneously, but the actual clearing and settling of that transaction can take days or weeks. So I want to end on just one final point here, which is that we've been talking about changes to the financial industry, but I think that the area where potentially the biggest shift of all is going to occur is in money, money itself. So money is one of humanity's, most enduring inventions. It's taken various forms over the years, from cowrie shells to precious metals to bank notes to bank balances on spreadsheets in central banks and commercial banks. And we get used to the status quo. The status quo for money has been around for 50 years, which means that basically everyone on this call doesn't remember a time when, the US dollar was pegged to gold. Nobody really remembers that. I certainly don't. I wasn't around. But every sort of 50 to 100 years, there's a big shift in how money works. And I think we're on the brink of that, which is that money is going digital. And with it, we're seeing the rise of three new kinds of currencies. Self-organizing currencies like Bitcoin, corporate money issued by banks and big corporations like Facebook, and then central bank digital currencies, which is, to me, one of the more interesting areas to explore. So the Chinese central bank, the People's Bank of China, has been working on developing a Chinese digital currency. It's called DCEP for years, and they've deployed it across a number of major regions and cities in China and are looking to export it around the world. This is sort of an interesting concept because today the US dollar is the global reserve currency. The US is 20% of the global GDP, but something like 60 to 70% of transactions globally are still settled in US dollars. Most emerging market debt is issued in US dollars. So if you're Argentina, people are not looking for debt denominated in pesos. They want to know that they're going to get dollars back. And that creates a destabilizing effect in the world. And other countries like China and Russia would like to see their own currency rise to prominence. There are geopolitical reasons why I think that's problematic. And some smart people are saying, basically, well, instead of there being a single country that gets to decide or gets to impose its will on which version of money should be used globally, maybe we should think about a more collaborative approach. Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England and a Canadian like myself, has advocated that we look at a form of decentralized money, basically a basket of other digital currencies that would function as a single global currency. Others are proposing that the U.S. take initiative here. Chris Giancarlo, who's the former chair of the CFTC, has said that we should be digitizing the U.S. dollar and is leading an initiative called the Digital Dollar Project. So that's 9 things. 9 things for one industry amongst dozens that I think are going to be impacted by blockchain. At the BRI, we're investigating all of these different areas. Blockchain's potential is something that we've spent a lot of time focusing on research, and actual deployment is the thing that big companies and governments and other institutions want to do. And so what we do is we try to bridge the gap. We provide the insights and the materials and the services that they need to do that. We've got a great set of books coming out. Mary mentioned Financial Services Revolution. Supply Chain Revolution was just launched, and our next 2 are in the queue coming out in the next few months. And then another thing that I think would be helpful for everyone, in addition, as a complement to the courses that you're already taking through the University of Arkansas, if you're a student, would be to check out our course online. This is a collaboration with INSEAD, the business school, and it is the most popular course on blockchain on the Coursera platform. We have about 1,000 people sign up every single week for this course. It's not a computer science course, it's about blockchain applications and use cases in business. So I think it would be very helpful for the audience. So I'd like to sort of end with a parable, if I could. And it kind of goes something like this. So, the inventor of chess, the legend is ascribed to India, to China, sometimes to Spain. But basically, the king of the land is so pleased with the invention of chess that he offers the creator anything he wants as a reward, whatever his heart desires. And the inventor of chess says, oh, sire, I'm a humble man of humble means and humble wants. And all I really need is some rice to feed my family. But I want you to give it to me in this way. 1 grain on the first piece of the chessboard, 2 grains on the second piece of the chessboard, 4 grains on the third, 8 grains on the fourth, and so on and so forth. And the king, who I gather, doesn't really do the math on this one, says, sure, how much rice could that possibly be? A bag of rice, maybe a barrel of rice, a humble request indeed, and says, your wish is granted. Of course, when he starts to get ready to prepare the rice, he looks at the chessboard, and 2 becomes 4, becomes 8, becomes 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, and so on and so forth. So that by halfway through the chessboard, it's more rice than the entire kingdom can produce in a year. And by the end of the chessboard, it's enough rice to cover the whole planet in 6 feet of rice. Now, there's an addendum to the story, which is that the king gets very irritated with the inventor and chops his head off. Let me assure you that that's not going to happen to you folks if you embrace this idea of exponential growth. And I think actually, if anything, 2020 has been a lesson in exponential growth, because we've seen how case counts of COVID have grown from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8, and then all of a sudden it's 50,000 a day across the country. So exponential change is something that can occur in any area, and it has occurred in technology. I would say that the first digital age represents the first half of that chessboard. The world today, as we know it, is completely unrecognizable from what it was, in the 1950s or 1960s. Just imagine what the next half of the chessboard is going to look like. It's going to be one that moves quickly. Now, the great thing is that I'm speaking to a lot of young people, a lot of students here, And when it comes to this new age, leadership is not necessarily going to come from above. It's not necessarily going to be led by the CEOs of big companies or by the heads of government. It's something that is everyone's personal opportunity. And that means that you, as much as anyone else, can have an impact and change the world. So I'd like to say thank you very much to the University of Arkansas for having me. This has been a really wonderful experience. I look forward to the questions, and I just hope we have enough time to get through some. So thank you very much.
Alex, thank you. You delivered. That was fantastic. I really appreciate it. First, we're going to start off with a comment. So I'm got multiple social media platforms I'm monitoring here.
Yep.
So I do have one student who just wants you to know accounting is sexy. I'm suspecting that's from one of our accounting students.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Okay. We have a question from one of our blockchain honor students, Lily Hong. I love this question, Lily. She says, Alex, what do you think is the most effective strategy to convince more financial institutions to consider blockchain technologies?
It's a great question. So in the early days, I should say, a few years ago, when big financial firms were starting to wake up to the potential of blockchain, the focus was always on saving money. It was, we are using all this old technology. It's vast, it's complex, and we ourselves rely on third parties, vendors, and middlemen to do business, whether it's in payments or in securities markets or what have you. We were going to look at blockchain as a way to reduce the cost of doing business, and that's fine. It's always good to sort of look at the cost side of things. But if you only focus on how a technology is going to change the way you do business today, you're going to miss out on the way it could change your industry in the future. So what I always tell executives in the industry that I speak to is don't focus only on the cost side of things. If anything, put that aside. Focus on the revenue opportunities. What ways can blockchain allow you to access new customers, new markets, and to create new products and services? Because it's possible that all those old industries you think you're going to save money cutting costs from could eventually disappear. But it could ultimately open up new frontiers for you to create value in other ways. And if during my prepared remarks, I had that slide where I showed sort of the way centralized finance works in DeFi, and in the middle, there's sort of a half a dozen new industries, new business lines that financial services firms could focus on, where they're not just looking to protect the little fiefdom that they've actually expand their capability and create more value. So, and I think that's probably true for, frankly, everyone, which is, what are the revenue opportunities? Don't focus on costs.
I think that's such a great message because we know a lot of our large financial institutions, because of this pandemic, are starting to announce huge layoffs. And so they're in cost-cutting mode.
Yeah.
But, they can't lose their eye on their long-term survivability, which will depend on revenue generating opportunities. So thank you for your comment. This may be a specific question, so if you're not comfortable answering it, that's fine. What lessons can we learn from Estcoin? So Estonia, tried to launch their own digital cryptocurrency, and I think the European Union wasn't too excited about it. Do you have any commentary on that?
Well, I would say that it was a noble effort, and I would say that governments should be doing things that are innovative. They should be pushing the envelope. Estonia is a unique case of countries in the world. I'm not sure if the students know the history, but Estonia used to be part of the USSR. It was a satellite state in the communist, hegemon. And in 1991, when the USSR collapsed, Estonia was made its own country, but it had none of the legacy bureaucracy or institutions or anything that that most other countries have, like the States or Canada or whatever. And so at the time, they made this interesting decision. They said, well, there's all these new tools, there's computing and so forth. Why don't we start by being digital first? And that was quite a pioneering thing in the 90s. So Estonia has a higher level of satisfaction among citizens with government services. It has a higher level of penetration for digital government services with its citizens. And it's not by no means the wealthiest country in the world. Its GDP per capita is about the same as Portugal, and a third as much as the US. But if doing business in Estonia and accessing government services in Estonia is far, far easier than it is doing it in the United States or Canada, where I am, for example. So it only made sense that they would try and launch their own sort of digital currency. It's a tough sell if you're part of a gigantic international organization like the European Union, which has its own currency and by mandate has a monopoly on that currency. So I think that probably it was too early and maybe a bit too small. But what we are seeing is the European Union, the People's Bank of China, even the Federal Reserve in the United States realize that there's a huge opportunity with central bank digital currencies. And it might just be helpful to sort of explain what those benefits are. So for starters, if cash is disappearing, which people say it is because of the pandemic, people are afraid of being a transmitter of the virus, and this is part of a trend that's been going on for 30 years, then we need a new way for people to transact in an anonymous or semi-anonymous way. And there are lots of valid reasons that you may want to transact in a semi-anonymous way. Maybe you want to donate to a political party, but you're worried that your abusive husband is going to find out about it, right? Or something like that. Or you want to buy birth control pills, or your parents are super religious. So, there's plenty of reasons why you may want valid reasons why an individual should have sovereignty over their own payments. Using, companies like Visa, MasterCard are very convenient, but they have limitations in that regard. The second thing is that, you could provide greater access to basic banking. According to the OECD, there are 37 million Americans who are either unbanked or underbanked. But most of those people have a phone or cell phone or, smartphone or something like that. So you could offer, a digital bank account directly with the Federal Reserve rather than going through commercial banks that may have higher requirements. And then the final thing is that during a crisis, like the one we just had, you could basically institute helicopter money very easily. The Federal Reserve has been monetizing the US debt for the past 10 years, basically buying bonds in the open market and putting it on the Federal Reserve balance sheet and printing money in order to do that. Printing it digitally is what Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, said. So rather than using a tool like monetizing the debt, they could actually just hand over the money to individuals to go spend it in the real economy. And we know from the first fiscal stimulus package that that's an extremely effective way to mitigate the worst of the crisis. So I'm quite bullish on central bank digital currencies, and I hope that central banks in freedom-loving places like the US and Europe take the lead, because right now China is the leader in that regard.
Okay, Alex, we have time for we have 1 minute left. We have time for one question.
Sorry, that was a really long-winded answer.
No, that was fantastic. No, that was great. Thank you. We have a question about the pace of all this. So you've laid out this beautiful vision, all right, the golden 9. How fast is this going to happen? Is it going to be something that happens overnight? Is this going to be 10 years?
Well, I say the world's not something, the future's not something to be predicted, it's something to be achieved, which is a bit of a cop-out. So let me try and make some predictions. I would say that in some respects, it's happening a lot faster than we had expected. I would say that the rise of tokens as a way to fund new businesses and new ventures happened kind of out of the blue, and it's really changed, entrepreneurship and venture capital in some permanent, profound ways. I would say that the rise of central bank digital currencies as an actual credible project has happened a lot faster. We would have thought originally that would be the last thing to happen. Governments are usually the slowest to act when it comes to new technology. However, in other respects, I would say that the attitude and culture inside a lot of large commercial banks, so private, non-government banks, is very conservative still, and is not as willing to embrace change. And there are exceptions to that. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Fidelity, not a bank, but a very large financial institution, are real pioneers in this regard. But I'd say overall that the pace has been slower in those firms that I would have hoped. But when it comes to the predicting the future, people generally tend to overestimate the impact of a technology in the short term and underestimate the impact in the long term. So we wave our arms and say blockchain's going to do this, that, and the other thing. And maybe it didn't on the timeline that we expected. Maybe the ICO boom didn't bring about decentralized organizations the way people hoped it would. But in the long run, the impact of this is going to be more profound than we can imagine, I think. And it's going to have a huge, huge impact on every business institution and every person in the world. So buckle up.
I love that's what we all say as information systems professors, right? We overestimate the pace of change in the short term and underestimate it in the long term. Alex, I'll see you at the BRI conference.
I can't wait.
Thank you for joining us today, and so we'll be in touch. And for our audience, now is the time where you can enter the secret word if you were listening at the beginning in our app, and we'll be back in about a minute with our next set of speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, up next, we have a great conversation, and you'll understand why the secret word for this session is EPIC. And that stands for the values of the Sam M. Walton College of Business: excellence, professionalism, innovation, and collegiality. Now, our conversation is going to be led by the Dean of the College of Business, Matt Waller. So I'll introduce him and then he'll get the panel going. I could go on for days about the accomplishment of our deans, but I'm just going to focus on two recent events. So this summer, Doug McMillon, the CEO of Walmart, surprised Matt with a video call to inform him that he won the 2020 Council of Supply Chain Management Professionals Distinguished Service Award. So we're also proud of Matt. Now, the other thing I wanted to share is Matt is a co-author on this wonderful book, Integrating Blockchain into Supply Chain Management. So I did tell the audience we have a lot of faculty, including our administrators, interested in this topic. So with that, Matt, I'll pass it over to you to introduce the panel. And when you're ready for a question or two from the audience, just let me know.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. But thank you for the plug on my book. But a better book is Blockchain Foundations, which Mary Lassity wrote. It's much more interesting and more well-written. So, but thank you, Mary. Well, it's our pleasure to be here this morning, and I'm quite fortunate to have the opportunity to have with me today Dale Christie, who's the chief blockchain strategist for FedEx, and FedEx is unequivocally a leader in this space. And I have Craig Harper with me, who is the chief operations officer of JB Hunt, who I've been talking with regarding blockchain and crypto assets for several years. But welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Glad to be here.
Dale, I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. You're the chief strategist of blockchain for FedEx. You're very influential in the industry, and yet I've heard you describe blockchain as boring and sometimes even useless. So if that's the case, why are you focused on blockchain technology?
Well, first of all, it's my honor to participate in this. And again, as a proud alumni of the University of Arkansas, very happy and following with great interest the Blockchain Center of Excellence. So congratulations, Matt and Mary and Dan and others as this thing continues to grow. Again, just very happy to be part of that and watching fondly from afar. Blockchain, I have a conference slide back when we used to all get together face to face, and I would pull it up here and show blockchain is boring and useless. And it got a lot of nervous laughter at a blockchain conference, I can tell you. They paid good money to go to that, and all of a sudden the FedEx guy is standing up there talking about, wait a second, what do you mean? The point is that we are, we go to 220 countries and territories, and we have the most ruggedized, as does Craig and many, many others, we have the most ruggedized databases out there. They are fast, they are scalable, they are amazing. What they do and what they allow us to do are absolutely amazing. And blockchain is just not there yet. So it's not yet very fast, it's not yet very scalable, it's not yet very mature. And if you stopped listening to me right there and we're staring at the slide on the screen, you might walk away and say, well, let's just wait. And I think from a strategic point of view, as a former strategy officer, I think that would be a mistake strategically. The point is that it's not yet very fast or scalable or mature. However, there's a comma here. However, what it does really, really well. And so where authenticity matters, we think it's going to be a game changer. And as far back as early 2018, our chairman, Fred Smith, and our CIO, Rob Carter, sat on stage with Don Tapscott, Alex's father, at Consensus New York, and basically just said, look, blockchain is going to completely change worldwide supply chains. So we are certainly bullish on it, but it's not yet ready for prime time. That being said, we can't wait for it to be ready for prime time, because by then the whole concept of peer-to-peer technology is going to disrupt a lot of people that are in middleman positions, people that sit between supply and demand and basically have an algorithm or a website and or an app and bring people together. They're the ones that should be right now in the middle of the space, understanding, does that disrupt my business model? Does it provide opportunities for my business model? And that kind of gets us to a C-suite discussion where it's not just technology. It's not only a technology discussion, it's a bigger discussion as well. So I'll stop there, but that's why it's a bit of a gotcha, kind of a wink, wink reference. But there really is some seriousness behind it, which is it's not yet ready for prime time, but we think it's going to be huge.
Thank you. Craig, as you know, I've been following JB Hunt for a long time, since 1994, and I've seen JB Hunt enter new markets and make really transformational changes. For example, with intermodal and dedicated contract services, many of the things you all are doing in IT. But blockchain is really a bleeding edge kind of a technology foray. Why is JB Hunt involved in blockchain?
Well, we believe that we can use blockchain to help us eliminate a lot of inefficiencies and waste. I was actually riding with a driver just yesterday, and this driver had a stack of bill of ladings that was actually 3 inches thick that he was carrying around with him. And so when you see all this waste going on with, this paperwork that we all know that we should be able to digitize, and be able to get that data flowing through the system and have things flow so much easier really got my interest years ago. And I think we've got to really work hard to quit just saying the buzzwords. You know, we all get tired of hearing the words, and they're true, immutable, distributed ledger, one version of the truth. Okay, that's great, but what can we do to really take this to the next step in our businesses? So, one thing that we've done is we worked with several companies now to leverage open source blockchain software and to eliminate some of this waste and help ensure collaboration. What we did is we looked for some of what I just described about waste that all of us have, and that we all have back office support, have costs that we could offset, and really come out and show that there is value in coming up with a solution through blockchain. And I think all of us need to do that and really embrace some of these proof of concepts and share that knowledge, so we can quit just talking and really have some action and prove to our companies that this is something that truly is going to change how we all do business and actually every facet of our life at some point.
So, Dale, regarding track and trace as a use case, that's a key use case. Is that one of the reasons FedEx is involved in this?
Short answer is no. We actually, we know where your package is, right? So from that point of view, we essentially in our piece of the industry kind of invented the whole chain of custody piece. So it moves across conveyors. Our business is very different than what Craig is moving in his, but ours is moving across conveyors for the most part, with barcodes, with things like that. So I don't know, 15 million or so packages a day. We know where those are, and certainly there are exceptions to that, but at a very, very, very high rate. We actually think that represents the physical network, the physical world of moving through there. Blockchain represents more the virtual world. And so we have a wonderful quote from 1978, once again, back to Fred Smith: the information about the package is as important as the package itself. Well, that was groundbreaking in 1978, but the fact is it's actually even more relevant right now. So we actually think we're at this unique intersection of digital and physical right now. And so if you think of the physical package moving through a network, a global logistics network, that takes you down one path. The digital side of that, essentially the data about the data, this digital twin concept, we think blockchain gives us authenticity. It gives us accuracy and authenticity. And we think when we start mixing it with sensor-based logistics, now we're really off to the races now, because we think the combination of blockchain and sensor-based logistics essentially gets us to a near real-time supply chain. That's the interest here. It's not that we don't know where the package is right now. It's what that authentic and secure and trusted data that blockchain brings can do for us. And it speaks back to Craig's points about digitizing. I mean, I've spent most of my career in the heavy freight industry, the less than truckload industry, and it's very archaic, right? These paper bills of lading and paper. It's all there from that point of view. Certainly digitizing and automating those things is huge. And while we can talk about process improvement from a blockchain point of view, I also don't want us to ignore what I think of blockchain as well as breakthrough thinking, which is what could that, with that type of trusted data layer and cryptographically secured data, what else could we do? And it literally redefines, it transforms what are fairly old industries.
Craig, what excites you most about the potential of blockchain?
Yeah, that's a tough question when you say the most, but you know, in our business here, it's really the example that I saw yesterday kind of drove it home even more, is making this so much easier for all of us in the businesses that we're in, and to eliminate this waste. And I don't understand why we haven't been able to figure out this whole smart contract side. You know, if we can digitize the bill of lading, and with sensors and with tracking of our equipment, and we can show the breadcrumbs of where the load is traveling. We can give you all the times. We can show when we arrive. We can show when we're empty. We've got the freight agreement that we can digitize. So why in the world do we have to have all this paper flowing back and forth and all these processes to get signatures when we have that electronically, and that we could invoice the customer and get paid and not have anybody touch that anywhere? And when I bring that up to some customers, they go, well, hold on a second. No, we've negotiated payment terms. We don't want to pay as soon as we get the load. Say, okay, well, let's make it easy for you to pay us in 15 days or pay us in 18 days or whatever else. So that excites me, just again, eliminating this waste. Because again, with the driver, at one stop, we were there 15 minutes to get the bill of lading. And then the stop after that, literally an hour. So, you know, we, as an industry on the trucking side in our business, we're only using 7 to 7.5 hours of the driver's 11 hours of drive time that they have. So think about that. Think of that waste. And so if we can get these drivers to be more productive, eliminate the waste, make their job more enjoyable, we'll be able to retain our drivers and attract more into it. So I can just see how it can really improve the whole flow of goods and make the lifestyle much better for the driver.
Dale, I'm going to ask you kind of a tricky, tough question here. You think a lot about blockchain. You think about the future a lot. You've been, I mean, before you were the blockchain strategist for FedEx, you were vice president of strategic planning. So you're used to thinking about the future, and now you're focused on blockchain. And I think the fact that FedEx has you in particular focused on blockchain says a lot about blockchain. But imagine you could go into the future, way into the future, given what you know and what you're extrapolating in the future, and you could come back to this particular event and tell us something that maybe about the future of blockchain that might not be intuitive to us right now. What might that be?
I think the short answer would be that we think that open is inevitable. And that is not where most people are at this point in time. So if I were to essentially come back from the future and share some of those things, I would tell you that our journey took us down the same path that almost everybody else's journey, which is blockchain. You know, this is now relatively old technology from a technology point of view, right? It came out, the paper came out in Halloween 2008, the back end of a recession. And the thing that was confusing for most people is that with the internet, we got the internet, but for those of you who weren't around at that point in time, we had no idea what to do with it. Okay, we've got the internet. Great. What do I do with that, right? And it wasn't until we got to things like email and you know, web browsers and things like that that would sit on top of that that we finally said, we kind of have a sense of what the internet is. The problem is with Bitcoin and blockchain, it came in the opposite direction. We got Bitcoin first, and it blotted out the sun for a number of years. So it's taken all of us a while, I think, to kind of pull blockchain out of that and kind of set its, you know, if it's a fancy new car, Bitcoin is that new car, blockchain is the engine or the electric motor within the car. But if you can pull that out, what else could you do that? You know, a generator, a power washer, there's all kinds of things, right? So from that point of view, we went down the same path. Everybody was treating blockchain like the internet. Let's get a few people together. Let's sign non-disclosures. Let's create a consortium. Let's get some smart people. If we could get a little money, we could build a product. We could make some money on it. And that's really actually slowed down, I think, the whole blockchain thing. We went down a similar path. We had our journey included learning about the technology and trying to understand and all that. What we realized, and again, only time will tell whether we're correct or not, but what we realized from our point of view is that it won't scale in global commerce. You and Craig and I could sign non-disclosures. We could add a person, we could add 2 people, we could add a few, we could get the lawyers back together. We can, you know, they want this, they don't want that. It would scale to 5 or 10 or 50 or 100, maybe even 1,000, right? It gets really, really cumbersome to kind of keep everybody in line from that point of view. However, so that's the fork in the road. So that's where most people are going. Where we finally concluded was if we could create this virtual conference room, and if you could hang an Apache license or an MIT license or some open license on the door, at the outside of the door, and say, look, review this, and if you're okay with that, come on in, we believe it just scaled globally. And so 1,000 people in a consortium model or a private model, whatever the case may be, doesn't remotely come close to global commerce. I mean, that gets you to tens of thousands or maybe even hundreds of thousands of entities, all the way to a bicycle delivery company. It's going to have to work ultimately for everyone. So this luxury that I have of working for this enormous, 220 country and territory entity, I've spent a lot of years in process improvement. You drill down, you understand all the nuances. But once in a while, just once in a while, it's better actually to pull back from that. And so, as I would say, my default position is the International Space Station. And I never take that luxury for granted. But at that level, there is no FedEx, there is no industry, and there are no borders. And so that journey led us to the other fork in the road, which is open is inevitable. Rob Carter, a year and a half or so ago, came out publicly and said, look, we think for this to be transformative, it has to be bigger than FedEx. We don't think we can put a FedEx logo on it and have the world come and pay us to use it. I mean, if I've got a FedEx blockchain, UPS is not going to pay us to use it, or vice versa, and many, many other examples like that. So I don't think it's yet intuitive. Certainly, to finish that point, if we are correct, if we are correct, then the more time we are spending on these consortium model and private and limited that won't scale globally, it's simply slowing down the adoption, which is Craig's earlier point. It's slowing down how quickly we can actually get to the really massive benefits that blockchain promises and we think can provide.
Great. Craig, I remember a couple of years ago, it seemed to me, especially when you and I really first started talking a lot about this, and it seemed to me that a lot of companies were jumping on board trying to, come up with use cases and understand blockchain. And I could be wrong about this, but it feels to me like there's been a number of companies that have backed away from it. And I know obviously FedEx and JB Hunt have not, but what has to happen to get more adoption in general?
Yeah, I think we've got to continue to educate and teach people. I mean, take my hat off to you and Mary and Catherine and Dan for putting this on. Obviously, the people that are attending this virtually are very interested in the space and know quite a bit about it, but we need to all continue to learn and share that with others inside of our organization, because believe me, it's not an easy concept to grasp. And when you bring it into the four walls of the building, you need to be able to explain it at least in some detail. And then we've got to show some examples. And I agree with Dale that open source is going to win, and it's being open, and that's where we all need to get to. But we were looking at going with some permission chains, and we're still looking at that, still working on that. And the reason for that is that this whole issue about trust and scalability and interoperability, you can do that easier when it's just several organizations instead of trying to go out and solve it for the whole world. But I do agree with Dale. It's going to be very impossible. It's going to be impossible to scale when you go down that path, because we've seen that even working with just several companies trying to get through the non-disclosure, trying to agree on if and when you do some sort of press release. So that's what we really kind of backed away from, is just saying, we need to really find a case that we can hang our hat on, and that we believe we can take to an open source model. And that's what we're continuing to work on. So it's exciting times. It's slower than I would have thought. I mean, gosh, you brought it up. Yeah, I think we started talking about this about 3 years ago. And I would have thought by now there would have been much more progress being made. And then when you look at, read some of the articles and go back in time, I mean, it's been going on for quite a while. So it's been slow to roll out. We need to speed it up.
Mary, do you have any questions or input into
Well,
this?
yeah. Well, first of all, I want to personally thank Dale Christie. You've been such a great partner. You've spoken to our classes, you participate in our events, and same for you, Craig. You're one of our founding members for the Blockchain Center of Excellence, and we really appreciate all of you. We're probably only going to have time for one question, and it's a toughie, okay? So this question is, how patient are your CEOs going to be?
Greg, you want to go or you want me to go?
No. Wait. Go ahead.
Well, I would tell you that I think that again, as I said earlier briefly, I think it is a technology discussion, but I think it's not only a technology discussion. And I think how we frame the discussion is absolutely critical, which is if it's simply a technology discussion, it's early, it's not mature, et cetera, et cetera. However, the smart contract reference that Craig mentioned changes this, and it takes us into the C-suite. It takes us to Craig and his peers, which is they are responsible for they have their own expertise in finance or IT or ops or whatever the case may be. But they also share a responsibility for risk and opportunity. And when you hear about peer-to-peer technology and you hear about these business models that sit between supply and demand, and yet peer-to-peer technology is going to fundamentally change that, and that smart contract that Craig talked about won't change it from a net 15 days or 30 or 60 days. It's going to change it to a net 0 days. So you just got the CFO's attention very, very quickly. That's where I think we drive this conversation for the value at the C-suite level. And we have to boil it down into, we have to speak their language essentially. At that point, now that you have the CFO's attention, the CIO is going to need people to code smart contracts. The chief legal officer is going to need essentially bilingual attorneys who are fluent in both smart contracts and paper contracts. And now you're halfway around the C-suite. To me, that's what interests the C-suite is risk and opportunity. And that's their responsibility collectively from that point of view. That's where they should be paying attention is it a disrupt or be disrupted kind of technology? And you don't want to be late to that if it could potentially impact your business model negatively, or if you could take advantage of that positively.
Yeah, Mary, I would add on to that. Our goal is to have the most efficient freight network in North America. So if I can continue to show our CEO that by working on this and some of the opportunities that this presents helps us get and become the most efficient freight network in North America, that's going to help with the patience. But no, he's not a very patient person as far as he wants us to have results that help our customers do their business better and get there quick. So we need to get on with the show.
Okay. And you are both contributing to the Blockchain and Transportation Alliance to help make this a reality. So I'd like to thank our panel. I'd like to thank Dean Waller for this morning. I hope you can attend other parts of the conference today. And so for our audience, I'll just say before we go to a quick break, now is the time to enter the secret word. So you should know what that is if you tuned in at the beginning of the session. And we will be back at 10 o'clock. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so excited for this next session. So we're going to have a conversation with 3 experts on enterprise solutions. Now, the secret word for this session is, are you ready? Innovators. And that's because we have 3 innovators on our panel. So I'll introduce Hillary Carter, who's leading the panel, and then she can lead with the other introductions. Now, Hillary Carter is Managing Director for the Blockchain Research Institute. So she has to corral Alex that we all met this morning. And she also works with 80 thought leaders from around the world. And she's an author. So Hillary has a number of BRI reports. And Hillary, the ones I really enjoyed, I loved your report on social media on the blockchain and winning strategies for smart contracts. So you've been great. She's very passionate recently about blockchains and how they can help sustainability. And she's working with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. Now, I asked Hillary, do you have anything to share with our students in the audience? And Hillary shared that she was a straight B student, so don't ever get discouraged. So Hillary, thank you so much for being here. I'll sign off, turn the panel over to you. And if you have time at the end for a few questions, just call me back.
Well, that's very kind. Thank you, Dr. Lasty, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of the Blockchain for Business conference and moderator of today's discussion. And, to comment in hindsight, if I could redo my academic career, I'd probably do it all over again and be much more focused. But it just goes to show you that you can keep learning and keep studying. And, to those students out there, give it your best shot. You're in the right place at this institution. So I want to introduce my fellow panelists. I'm in great company this morning with 2 industry leaders, Colonel James Reganor, who I'll refer to as Jim, founder and president of Veritex, and Mr. Lee Slezak, Vice President of IT Architecture, Emerging Technology and Analytics at Tyson Foods. So my 2 panelists are on the front lines of digital transformation, using technology, specifically blockchain technology, to add incredible value along the supply chain. Hence the title of our session this morning being Enterprise Solutions. So what we'll do is we'll cover a little bit of history of when these 2 gentlemen and their organizations came into blockchain, discuss present day projects, and touch on the challenges and opportunities they're facing and enterprises are facing, and take a quick look into the future. So let's begin. Jim, would you tell us about your start in this space and what it was like working with Moog and when you had your aha moment?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Lassity, for inviting me back. I think this is my 3rd year, so I much enjoy it. When did we have our aha moment? At the time I was working at Moog, I was running the aftermarket for our military and defense business. And we had acquired at Moog a 3D print business. And I'd asked, hey, let me stop running the aftermarket. Let me start to exercise the left side of my brain and figure out what we can do with this 3D print business. Realizing 3D printing itself would become commoditized, but perhaps it was an enabler for something larger. So out of that, we created some scenarios. And we use a technique that I learned in the military called scenario-based planning. But the scenario that drove us to blockchain was you're on an aircraft carrier, you're in the Indian Ocean, you have an F-18 that has to fly a critical mission, lives are at stake. How can you send a part? You have a 3D printer on board. How can you send a part directly from an equipment manufacturer to the aircraft carrier so that they can take it off the carrier, put it on the airplane and say, go fly the mission, ultimately save the lives, right? So standing on the aircraft carrier, looking back, doing kind of a right to left methodology, which removed bias, the bias being, hey, it's impossible. We started to look at where we had technology gaps and to distill down really what the fundamental question was. Having been a pilot for 25 years, the fundamental question really was trust. Because when you walk out to an airplane as a pilot, you make sure the forms are signed and dated where they're supposed to be, and you go fly the airplane. You don't walk around, well, you do a walk around, but you don't start taking panels off and looking at previous maintenance and whatnot. So it's really about trust. We had a colleague that had been at MIT at a hackathon. Now, mind you, this is November 2015. And he came back and he said, hey, there's this new way to look at trust. It's called blockchain. I'd never heard of it before, nor had my co-inventors. So we quickly looked up blockchain in Wikipedia, and we started looking at it. And then we went out and bought Don's book, and we both read it overnight. And we said, yep, blockchain may be the solution. So we started dabbling blockchain a little bit and talking to others like Michael Casey and so on. And then we realized, yep, blockchain was an enabler. It was an enabler to be able to put trust in that architecture, that scheme that we talked about, directly from an OEM to the end user. And for us, it provided a data integrity rail, a performance integrity rail, because the performance of the printer mattered, and then a process integrity rail because provenance of the part mattered because of FAA regulation. But that was our aha moment. From there, we started to develop much bigger things. But that was what married up blockchain provenance with 3D print build files to create a digital asset that we could then exchange peer-to-peer.
That's fascinating, Jim. And Lee, how about you? What was when did the light bulb go on for Tyson Foods, and when you saw the connection between business value for Tyson with blockchain?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question because I've only been with the company for about 3 years. And when I first started, there was a tremendous amount of excitement about blockchain. And we spent a lot of time with one of our largest customers. And I started to see the value there. I started to see this concept of being able to track essentially where the whole food supply chain, where product moves through all the way from a farm to someone's plate. And we started to see the connection there to say, wow, there may be something here. And I think when the light bulb really turned on, though, was it was about 2 years ago. Myself and some other companies, so some were partners, some were customers, some were actually competitors, were in a discussion, and one of the CIOs of one of the companies made the comment that said, look, we've spent years optimizing and driving efficiencies within the walls of our companies. And there are shared pain points that happen whether we're competitors or we're partners between us. And some of those pain points really need a shared ledger that's got immutability that allow us to transact in ways that we can't do today without rework and lots of people involved and without a lot of automation. And so it was out of really that collaboration between that set of partners where we really realized that, yeah, there's so much we can do within the walls of our company, but as we start to broaden our horizon to look for more efficiencies to drive really better margins and better outcomes for our customers and our shareholders and our team members in our company, it was looking outside and really the bringing together of partners where you needed a secure way to transact in a way that could be trusted. And so that by far was the biggest aha. That led to a collaboration between those companies to do really some pretty interesting work that we're still working on today. And it really turned on the light bulb for me.
So, Lee, is it fair to say that the specific part of Tyson Foods business was on where blockchain has more applicability was in food traceability?
That's where we started, but I can tell you now that we're looking at blockchain-based solutions to really capture some of the supply chain processes and transportation processes between whether it's between us and transportation companies or us and our customers or a combination of all of those. So yes, we started with food traceability, but then as we kind of evolved and learned more, we saw that some of those shared processes between external parties really that ran our supply chain that have a heavy human touch, that have extreme cost associated with them through the combination of that ledger, secure communications, and then with adding in things like smart contracts where we can automate some of the logic that's shared between the companies, that's where we're starting to spend a lot of our focus now.
It's nice to hear about blockchain migrating from one use case to another and having buy-in. I wanted to touch back on something you said earlier about shared pain points and present a question to Jim on this related theme. Jim, how did you navigate challenges such as onboarding leaders from a well-established traditional manufacturing companies to jump into this new frontier?
Yeah, great question. So when you look at the aerospace and defense business in particular, it's a very conservative business because there's a high consequence of failure, right? And things are designed to 10 to the minus ninth reliability. So you really have to come up with a pretty strong value proposition in order to get people to even consider switching. And remember, this is an industry that some major players in it are still converting ERP and other forms of digital supply chain inventory management systems. So to say, hey, look, we need you to shelf or modify that $30 million SAP program you just bought and take a look at what we're doing. It's tough for an industry to swallow. So really, it was about value creation, and we looked at kind of 4 different areas that we needed to convince people. The 4 challenges that we needed to convince people that we were able to get around in order to get them to consider this. One was scalability. The other is interoperability. So scalability in an aircraft is a different challenge than scalability in automotive. Typically hundreds of airplanes are built in a month, not thousands in a week like cars. So that problem we were able to deal with, our challenge. On top of that's interoperability. So there's a lot of blockchains out. And then there's a lot of layer 2 applications, layer 3 that are utilizing blockchain. In fact, if you saw this week, Ernst & Young came out with OpsChain, which is very interesting when you start peeling that back, and some others. So we had to find a partner that was addressing interoperability. And I'm proud to say that partner is Algorand. That's who we're going to actually finish building out on. And we've just made that decision here very recently. I know they're a co-sponsor of this event, so I'll give them a plug. But those are on the tech side. On the business side, you really had to look at value creation and behavior modification. So if you're able to create enough value, you get the behavior modification, which is, hey, use our process, right? And then beyond that, there's a lot of regulatory requirements, much like in food, in aerospace, right? Provenance matters. So being able to create use cases that clearly defined some of those pain points that they were having, like ITARs, right? ITAR is something you must comply with when you ship things overseas to a foreign government. It's to keep our military secrets and our manufacturing secrets out of the wrong hands, right? We don't want to be proliferated. So different aspects like that, if you can then look at the pain points that exist today and show how we'll be able to reduce or alleviate those pain points with blockchain technology, then drives the customer or our users to the solution. But you have to be methodical about it. You can't just, it's not a field of dreams. If I build it, they will come. That's a fantasy. You can build the best blockchain in the world. It's really never going to bring anybody on board until you apply those business applications to help reduce the pain and modify the behavior. I'll pause there.
Yeah, well said. Very, very well said. We'll address the issues of getting buy-in and building trust. You can have the best technology in the world, but unless you have trust and people willing to lead in a new frontier, that tech will sit there in the lab. So I want to move over to Lee and explore what other technologies are part of the solution design at Tyson and the specific use cases you're looking at for blockchain in convergence with other kinds of technologies.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Over that 2-year period that I referenced, we've seen the excitement. We've seen blockchain go from just really a term that no one seemed to understand and always just associate with the normal cast of cryptocurrency characters and things like that, and through a concerted effort of education and just really a lot of communication from the technology team out across our business partners, a really deep understanding of some of the benefits and some of where there was applicability, and so we saw a big spike in demand initially for almost everything had to be on a blockchain, and we actually had to dial some of it back because we had so much excitement around just trying to leverage it as a solution. Whether or not it fit the problem or not. And so we've done that and really focused and optimized on those big pain points where it's got multiple parties, trust is absolutely required, and we can drive automation. And so those are kind of the 3 of the factors that we use, the lens we use to look through when we look at projects. I would say we're starting to see a lot of focus as we go through our digital transformation to optimize the processes that are behind the technology solutions. And so that slowed us down a little bit, because the last thing we want to do is put in a technology solution that automates or optimizes a process that's not ideal yet. But in terms of other technologies that we're looking at and pairing with these types of solutions, I would just say that, hand in hand with almost anything that we do in the analytics space, it's around artificial intelligence, it's around machine learning. It's how do we combine some of the data that we're able to securely capture and now trust, but then use that to drive some of our machine learning models to drive further optimization across, again, I'm not going into a large degree of detail because we haven't released some of these solutions yet, but the focus areas are really around key processes within the transportation space and a couple of the supply chain areas where we have a lot of touch between our partners.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I think we have our work cut out for us in terms of educating our leaders and decision makers to overcome both the hype and some of the misconceptions. Certainly at the Blockchain Research Institute, we see that those issues being a significant barrier to enterprise adoption. And I think in our collective narrative, we need to think about blockchain in terms of increasing ROI and using evidence-based decisions cases, one of the best being from Golden State Foods, where they've been able to implement blockchain and create real opportunities to increase revenue rather than use it simply as a tool for mitigating risk. So a final question before we move to Dr. Lassity to take on some student Q&A and audience Q&A. What is the future of blockchain for the enterprise, and what will it take to get there? So maybe we'll start with you, Jim.
Perfect, thank you. So the future of blockchain for the enterprise. I want to touch on what Lee said and extend that a little bit. So for us, blockchain 2 is running in the background now. Blockchain, a year ago was like the internet was. Everybody originally started saying, hey, I'm internet this, I'm internet that. Then it was blockchain this, blockchain that. Well, the reality is when we can stop saying blockchain and it's embedded in all of the processes, then we know we've been successful. So what does the future of this integrated blockchain and all processes look like? Then is the question. For us, it's very simple. We thought that we were going to become a marketplace for digital assets, but the reality is we're not. We're going to become a data lake. It's about the data, like Lee said. So now all of a sudden we're moving digital assets, these digital aircraft parts that you can now manufacture at the point of use. We've gone through democratizing manufacturing. And the big thing that we're doing now is making this leap into decentralized manufacturing. So the big blockchain push or the big crypto push right now is DeFi, decentralized finance. There's a huge $4 billion equity bubble going on right now and some other things. But when you look at that, it becomes the decentralization of X. And in our case, it's of manufacturing. But what then does that allow? It really allows you to start creating these data lakes. And when I look at the future, I reference back to the past. The world was set up around rivers and lakes because commerce, culture, and governments use rivers and lakes for demarcation and for transportation and for socialization. Today, those rivers are no longer going to be filled with water. The future rivers are data rivers, right? And we see that today. Data rivers now for culture, you have TikTok, Facebook, all these different ways to communicate. For commerce, we have e-commerce. What we're proposing now is digital commerce. And then government. Some of the traditional roles of government are being usurped by cryptocurrency, for example. It's a role of a government to make currency. Well, now other people are making currencies. So you start seeing this future, and this future then morphs into almost this borderless type of environment where we can move across border because of trust, and we don't need the government entities and agencies to then establish that. So for me, the future is, an open blockchain environment that's sitting in the background that enables us to interact peer-to-peer, business-to-business in a trusted environment. Create that data to drive efficiencies so that we can drive up margins and we can actually create a better quality of life. That's how I see the future.
Thanks, Jim. The future is decentralized. Lee, what's your take?
I have to say, Jim, that was really well said. the analogy of data lakes to data rivers and the historical significance of those to commerce, I think is frankly spot on. What I can tell you in the digital transformation that we're undergoing, it's really end to end. It's everything from our traditional standard business processes to how we run our plants and how we drive automation through them. So I think the only thing I could probably add, because I see a very similar vision that Jim sees, is it's that interoperability, and it's really that, I would say, closer and closer connections between partners, and really being able to connect the digital ecosystems between our partners, not just with unstructured kind of information like what we do today with emails and websites and things like that, but really getting into a much more structured ability to transact with that trusted layer of data right beneath it. And I think blockchain is a key enabler for that. I have to say, I love the comments about as it shifts to the background, we've made it. Because as we get out of that kind of hype cycle and into that trough of disillusionment and get to the point where it's another tool in the toolbox, a very valuable one, it has a specific set of use cases. And when we use those solutions for the right use cases, we drive tremendous value for the companies that we represent.
Terrific. And an optimistic note on which to shift to Dr. Lasty for a question from the audience. I think we'd like to open it up if we may.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Lee, I love your last comment, because I've also been talking to our dean. I don't know if I really like having a blockchain center of excellence because it puts technology first. So we were thinking maybe we can change it or rebrand it to Internet of Value or something. But thank you all for your comments. And I also want to shout out that Lee is one of our founding executive advisory board members for the Blockchain Center of Excellence, and that Jim has been a longtime friend. Jim has spoken at our conferences. He talks to our students. So thank you both so much for your contributions. You actually have more questions than we've had. I don't know if students are just waking up or, but first one I'll just ask, and Hillary, feel free to jump in. Right. So these, to have a successful application or a solution, they're ecosystem level solutions. How is the pandemic changing the priority of these initiatives? Are they accelerating in certain industries? Are they going on back burners while people have to focus or pivot on other things? So anyone is free to answer that.
Can I jump in real quick, and then I'll be quiet? If you look at what Bain and BCG and McKinsey are talking about, coming out of the pandemic, everybody's talking about blockchain resilience. And really, blockchain resilience for me distills down to one thing: optionality. So if you're able to deal in digital assets, you can create optionality. So if part of your supply chain is shut down because of a pandemic or a tsunami or typhoon, and you're pushing digital assets there, you can very quickly swing to another location to be able to pick up and provide optionality. So I think coming out of the pandemic, looking at what happened in the medical supply chains, when ad hoc supply chains stood up to kind of fill a need, they actually highlighted several problems. One is quality control. How do you provide quality control in an ad hoc supply chain? Impossible. Blockchain can help with provenance, so you can see some things, but it needs to have an application put on top of it. Two was, how do you manage counterfeit in an ad hoc supply chain? So these are all things to think about when there's a high consequence of failure and lives are at stake. So resiliency, to me, distills down to optionality, and companies are looking at optionality. The big three that write about what companies should be doing are all talking about it. I'll pause there.
Great, thank you, Jim.
Yeah, if I can,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'd love to just jump in. I would tell you for Tyson Foods, our first and foremost, our objective as we've gone through the pandemic is to keep our team members safe and to do everything we can to feed the world through the food supply chain that we're a big part of. That said, this pandemic has absolutely accelerated our focus on digital transformation. The biggest realization I would say that our leadership team has had out of this experience is that quality data that's available, right information, the right grain, and it can be trusted is essential in times of need to make good decisions.
Thank you, Lee. Hillary, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share?
Sure, I would simply add that, times of great pain are opportunities for rapid change. And we have seen that the pandemic has been an accelerator. If we could all choose, we would perhaps choose that blockchain were more fully operationalized at the time that COVID emerged on the world. And perhaps if there's another pandemic, we will be more readily prepared through agile supply chains. So I do see acceleration, and for that, it's the silver lining that we find ourselves in, having to endure a pandemic.
Okay, great. I'm going to take one of our questions from one of our students, Nathan Martin, and he asks, are there any unique challenges that you've faced in working with the U.S. government, given the red tape associated with government? And Jim, I'm probably going to toss that to you, because I know you've had to interact with the government.
I feel bad because I went first last time. Lee interacts with the government, I'm sure, certainly with food safety and the FDA. But for us, what you find with the government is the government is not a leading indicator anymore. The government used to be kind of the lead in innovation, but it just simply can't be the lead. Budget constraints and mission constraints, and really the fact we're still a nation at war prevents the government from doing that. But they are trying to move to that space. So we've done we've been selected for 4 government contracts, completed 3 of them. There's a lot of education that goes into it. The government is still stifled. They want to buy products. That's what they're used to buying. They don't understand how to buy a solution, which is an end-to-end group of products strung together. So we're having a very difficult time with that because we provide a solution. We've got 27 other technology providers on our platform that we can string together these digital end-to-end solutions. The government would just rather say, I want to buy this widget from you. So trying to get them through that. Dr. Roper of the Air Force and some others within DoD are trying to move forward with some of the initiatives, but they got to get beyond that first layer of innovation. They've got to really get to where it becomes a program and it's part of the program management. But I'll pause there. It's difficult, but again, it's an area that we all should focus on. The health, welfare, and strength of our government really is crucial to our society.
It is. Thank you, Jim. Lee or Hillary, do you have any thoughts?
I'll stick on my data theme that I've been on this morning and say, and I'll again tie it back to COVID. One of the things that we experienced in dealing with a number of different government agencies, and Jim's right, we deal with food safety on a regular basis, but I'll tell you, as we went through the pandemic, as we're trying to exchange information with various government agencies, you see a wide range of technology adoption and not so much. Everything from, having to deal with getting faxes at scale to translate that into some kind of a set of digital information to handwritten notes sometimes. So I think for us, the biggest challenge has been, how do we be flexible to pull in the right information at the right time and be able to use it? Because not every part of our government has had the opportunity to really invest in technology. And so those of us who have to interact with them are left with lots of different solutions to make it work.
Thank you, Lee. Hillary, we have 30 seconds left. Would you like the last word?
Oh my goodness, no pressure. Well, I think we have a tremendous opportunity, and especially where governments are concerned, we can choose to lead in the second generation of the internet or follow. And when governments become model users and embrace the opportunities that blockchain creates, I think we'll see more efficient societies, more just and fair societies, and more transparent societies. So I'm going to leave on an optimistic note and encourage governments to become actively involved in the space and to become model users of revolutionary technology.
Yay! Well, thank you so much, Lee, Hillary, and Jim. And for our audience, it's now time, if you're playing the game, to enter the secret word I said at the beginning of the session. We're going to take a 1-minute break, and then Catherine Carlisle will be back to host the next session. Thank you again, panel.
Thank you all.
and welcome back. We are in our new 10:30 session, Global Digital Payment Systems, Banking the Unbanked, with Mr. Pierre Ferrari and Mr. Dante Disparte. This session, the secret session word we have today is uplift, UPLIFT, uplift. At the end of this session, you'll have a chance to enter that in the poll to win some points on our game today. And so first, I want to just say that this topic is very near and dear to me. I personally help Heifer International, one of our representatives today, Pierre, his company as a blockchain advisor. And so they're doing a lot of great work with their blockchain initiatives. And I encourage you to check that out later today. Heifer International helps solve world hunger and poverty while caring for the earth. And so it's my honor and pleasure today to introduce first Mr. Pierre Ferrari, the CEO at Heifer Project International. Pierre joined Heifer in 2010 with more than 40 years of business experience. He worked for quite some time at Coca-Cola USA before deciding in '95 to focus his energies and business acumen on social issues. So Pierre is a former chair and current board member of Ben & Jerry's Homemade Ice Cream Fund Act and a former board member of Small Enterprise Assistance Fund. He received a master's degree in economics from the University of Cambridge and a master's of business administration from Harvard Business School. Welcome, Mr. Pierre Ferrari. And next, our other session co-host today is Mr. Disparte. He is the head of policy and communications at Libra Association. Dante Disparte is the vice chairman and the head of policy and communications for Libra Association, a newly formed organization that has brought together social impact organizations and a diverse group of other leading businesses from all around the world to create low friction, high trust payment systems that empower billions of people across the world. Dante comes from the Libra Association with 2 decades of experience as an entrepreneur, business leader, and global risk expert. Most recently, he is the founder and the head of a risk cooperative, a strategic risk advisory and insurance brokerage based in DC. Dante also serves as an appointee on the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, National Advisory Council, and is a founding advisor of the Global Blockchain Business Council, as well as a senior fellow with the Blockchain Trust Accelerator. He's a co-author of Global Risk Agility and Decision Making and was recognized as one of the 40 leaders under 40 by the Washington Business Journal in the inaugural Power Meter 100 list. So we have both experts in sustainability and development and blockchain applications here with us today. Guys, I will let you take it away and just let me know when you are ready for some questions.
Okay. If I may, I'm actually going to ask, thank you, Catherine. And by the way, we wouldn't be able to do our blockchain work at Heifer if it wasn't for Catherine. So thank you for that help. She's been instrumental in doing that. I was actually going to turn around and ask Dante a question. And we were just talking about it in the green room regarding a very influential economist, Hernando de Soto, who talked about land titling and releasing or unlocking trillions, I'm using the T word, trillions of dollars worth of assets that could be used in everything that we're doing. So, Dante, I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, but I thought you know De Soto, and it'd be good to explain to the audience, what he's proposing, and then we can talk about blockchain and its implementation and how it can actually do the very work that we're trying to do, which is to make financing available to hundreds of millions of smallholder farmers who simply don't have access to finance.
Yeah, well, it's great to see you again, Pierre, and great to join this audience virtually. Hopefully next time around we'll all be in person because I think we're all pandemic weary at this point.
Oh,
so I think Hernando, right?
Yeah.
Hernando de Soto espouses some really big ideas that in many respects, when they were originally promoted, were ahead of their time, in part because like all big ideas, not only do you need the policy environment to catch up, you also need, in some respects, the infrastructure to catch up that enables the big idea to then become plausible. And that notion is that there are trillions of dollars of stranded assets, for lack of a better way of putting it, or stranded value, captured in land. And with it, of course, if you think about how land and land ownership and the clarity and the trust we have in land titling in advanced economies like the United States and elsewhere, it's not only part of the lower rungs of the ladder of economic mobility, it may very well be the floor on which that ladder stands. And so I think enter the realm of blockchain technology, and one of the earliest and most widely applied use cases around the world, countries like the Republic of Georgia, for example, have used blockchain-based land registries in order to ensure that the superpower of this fundamental technology, which is to effectively record indelibly and irrevocably a transaction, and in this instance, a transaction of really long-range value, in a decentralized fashion so that it's unalterable. And in that manner, it not only will follow the end user, I think with my FEMA hat on, it also implies a really deep sense of disaster proofing, right? So in an informal setting, land titling is a pathway to value, maybe the floor on which the ladder of economic mobility can stand. But in an advanced economy setting, I think there are also a range of use cases, including ones that I've helped promote at FEMA, for using blockchain-based registries as a way of improving identification of homes in a disaster, and able to mobilize and speed up the process of providing insurance payments and others. So there's a range of use cases beginning with that fundamental ledger.
Yeah, I want to go a little bit to the psychosocial aspect of this thing. I remember a visit I made to a farmer in Uganda. And land ownership, land titling there is very complicated because you've got government ownership of some land, you've got the traditional chieftain ownership of land, and then you've also got private ownership. And so all of that needs to be sorted out in some way. And you're right, it's a policy environment is complicated. And of course, there's a lot of interest that want to keep things as they are. But I remember visiting this farmer, and we had trained that family in dairy farming. We'd actually placed a couple of cows, and they were taking care of the cow and feeding it well and keeping it healthy really well. They owned the cow. The farm itself, though, was a disaster. It was just unkempt, and they didn't care, and they were just living off the cow and some other activities that they had. And I remember the farmer talking to us and said, "Well, I don't own this farm. I don't own this land. Why should I improve it?" And in fact, his goal with his wife was actually to save as much as possible to go buy some land. So this is an important issue, and it links back to access to finance, right? A lot of farmers, depending on the commodity, it's less true of dairy farming, but very true of a lot of agricultural commodities, because there is seasonality to it. The family requires either payment up front, or there's a huge amount of working capital required. And the banks are today, in areas where we work, and we tend to work with the poorest of the poor, are not willing to lend working capital or seasonal capital or input capital or anything else, because they see them as huge risks. With blockchain and clarity on titling, suddenly the banks are very interested. And we've got a couple of tests going on in Honduras and Malawi. And I think if we can do this, if we can pull this off, as well as other people, we're not just alone on this, it just changes everything, absolutely changes everything. So at least on the access to finance piece, collateralizing, essentially that's what we're talking about. I've just bought a house, so I know what collateral land is about.
Indeed. Well, and what you hit on,
mortgage company owes me completely,
There you go. What's the old expression, right? If you owe the bank $1 million, the bank owns you. But if you owe the bank $100 million, you own the bank. So, I think you hit on, in the Uganda example, you hit on another really important issue, which is that how then can we monetize the asset, either through collateralizing it or using it as leverage, the way the rest of us might be able to take advantage of things like home equity, in an environment where the traditional trust instruments that we rely on in advanced finance, i.e. a mortgage originator going to your home, or very widely understood markets, is to acknowledge that in so many ways, the traditional financial infrastructure that we rely on has reached a point of diminishing returns, right? That if to be banked means to have access to brick and mortar, in the same way that if to have access to the telephony systems means to have access to fixed line infrastructure, then effectively there will continue to be billions of people on the margins of those systems, right? So I think one thing that's really promising about these big ideas, and what's really promising about the core foundational principle of blockchain, is that trust can scale, and you could begin to disintermediate a lot of the trust brokers that you and I might have confidence in or trust in, and that are critical to a transaction. If you could start to eliminate a lot of that friction and intermediation without necessarily sacrificing the outcome, you could then underwrite things very differently, right? So I think in addition to the land being sort of a core layer here, the other big opportunity that blockchain enthusiasts are promoting, and the technology I think is definitely coming of age, is this notion of digital identity and digital authentication.
Yeah.
So that not only will you have the land recorded in an irrevocable way, you will also have an ability to identify the owner, similarly leveraging these types of technologies alongside with things like biometrics and others. And so when you connect those two dots, I think that then gets you to the second rung of financial mobility, which is to have title to something that's of value and to be able to identify yourself to it. Therefore, you can now use it as a form of leverage or a form of monetization.
In addition to that, in terms of the leverage that you've mentioned, once you've got a sense and you've got some information about the farm and the farmer and the farmer's family, you begin to see what the potential could be through a co-op or some kind of collective action. Because you could see, for example, that a particular community has got in total is farming several thousand acres, but the productivity of that land, because you'll have all that information, right? You'll know exactly how much corn or soy or whatever beans is maybe a tenth of what it could be. And now you begin to be able to identify the kind of interventions that could actually be very profitable for that community. And that's part of the work that we're doing. And without those data, it's very difficult. You almost depend on anecdotes and shifting data. And the farmers, by the way, the farmers we're working with are very willing to participate and share the information. They see it with better clarity than I do, what the advantages could be for them. And of course, it could help on pricing by negotiating collective sales. And of course, on the input side, a potential supply can look at the data and say, wow, this is a market for X number of tons of fertilizer or seeds, and then we can negotiate better pricing. So there's huge advantages to having this identification that you're talking about.
Yeah, and then that enters the third rung, right? Which is, I feel like I have to reach the top of the loft behind you, Pierre. So, the third rung on this ladder of economic mobility is then to, pull people into the perimeter of payments and then the formal banking system. So this is the third tier in my mind. And here too, and this really gets to the crux and the heart of the Libra Association, of which Heifer International is an active member, is here too is the opportunity set and the big idea, and where blockchain really is a fundamental part of the architecture of this idea, which is that in a world with 1.7 billion people who are unbanked and nearly a similar number who are underbanked, and make no mistake, this isn't singularly a developing and emerging country reality. There are many, many millions of people in the United States that are plagued by these issues. That same world enjoys more than 1 billion of those people have access to a low-cost internet-connected mobile device. And the big idea is this, is that if you could turn that internet-connected mobile device into a regulated payment endpoint, that would then facilitate the transfer of value with the type of ease the internet has facilitated the transfer of information or communications, you now have a radically different sort of set of opportunities. To pull people into domestic payment environments that are low cost and user directed, and then to pull them into cross-border payment environments that are low cost and user directed. To the farmer that we speak of in Uganda, this would pull them into markets, give them more control of that cash flow and money supply. And to the domestic environment, it then raises a whole host of business cases and use cases that have proxies and solutions like in M-Pesa in Kenya, and the mobile money movement, which similarly is an old idea that just hasn't necessarily reached the type of scale and population scale to be meaningful.
Yeah, fascinating. the other aspect from our point of view, of course, is actually the management of the farms and providing them with information on daily climatic change. It's actually daily climate matters, believe it or not, to farmers. If they're about to plant their corn and we can tell them, don't plant now, it's going to rain. That's helpful, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole set of digitization that goes along with it. So maybe we could turn it over to the audience and answer some questions. What do you think? You and I can go on.
We can go on forever.
We can go on forever.
The ladder has many rungs, but I think we've covered
rungs.
the core.
Yeah, the core idea. All right, so
I'm hearing we're ready for some questions, maybe?
I think so, Catherine.
Awesome. So we do have one question on here from Nathan, one of our students at the university. And he asked, do you believe that blockchains provide a way for less stable or developed areas to develop quicker through providing trust in transactions?
Dante, you spoke to that a little bit earlier, so why don't you answer that?
I'm happy to start the answer there if you want, Pierre. And so the short answer is yes, but the yes and, right, the qualifier. The qualification, of course, is that in many of the lower developed environments that Pierre and I are speaking of right now, a condition precedent to leverage blockchain at scale is to have access to the internet and reliable internet. And so my analogy would be that if yes, we can cure many communicable diseases if people only wash their hands, but that presupposes access to clean water. And so in this environment, digital transformation, poverty alleviation with technology presupposes that the internet has reached the very populations you want to serve. And in there, we're not quite where we need to be yet.
Right. So there's another aspect to this, which is psychosocial. And Dante, you and I briefly mentioned it. The principal work that Heifer does, actually, which is aside from all the value chain analysis and the healthcare training and the agronomic training and everything else that we do, we really believe that unless the individuals within the community, the smallholder farmers, and the community as a whole is not psychologically prepared to actually take responsibility for self-reliance and self-accountability, nothing will happen. And we have this whole process we call values-based holistic community development. Mm-hmm. And it's based on 12 cornerstones and the discussion of values. And this takes months to begin the process. But the parallel to our economy, our society, is that the parallel that I often bring up is the 12-step program for alcoholism. Unless the individual is prepared to actually make a change in his or her own life, nothing happens. All interventions will fail. Similarly, when we get to communities that have been subject to generational poverty, their view of the world is very fatalistic. Karma. This is my life. I'm just destined to be poor because that is what's happened to me. That's not true, of course. And we're astonishingly successful. And actually working with University of Arkansas at Little Rock on a group of people in the communication group to help us think through and understand, based on modern psychological theory, what is actually happening in the process that we're implementing. So, what Dante presented in terms of the importance of you've got to have electricity, you've got to have roads, you've got to have water, you've got to have basic infrastructure to do all this thing, and you have to have the psychological preparation to do it.
I love that answer. Yeah, thank you both for addressing that. We have one, and this may be a little bit more pointed for you, Dante. Is FEMA utilizing blockchain at the present time? Has it been helpful with disaster recovery? And what do you see looking forward?
Yeah, so the qualifier, of course, is that, in a federal advisory capacity, I don't speak on behalf of the agency, but last year, in the set of recommendations that my colleagues and I on the National Advisory Council submit, we included a recommendation on the development and deployment of a national blockchain-based land registry, in no small measure for the very type of disaster scenarios that we saw in Paradise, California, or Houston, or San Juan, Puerto Rico, and the whole island of Puerto Rico for that matter. It was very hard for FEMA support to identify the valid homeowner and property owner. Think about your own property insurance. How often do you have your property policy handy if your house, God forbid, burnt down. And so a blockchain-based land registry would effectively have an off-site business continuity record-keeping capability. So this is at the idea stage, but hopefully it's something that private insurers and others, and maybe even at the city and community level, can be deployed.
So who would run a system like that? Would it be Dante? Would that be FEMA itself?
I'm thinking some of the geniuses at the University of Arkansas could deploy it. And this is, by the way, Pierre, and I don't say this lightly, this is why open source technology is vitally important. In the context of COVID-19, what a shame it would be if one city built a phenomenal COVID tracking app, but then did it in a manner where the code base was locked. I think the part of the value of an open source platform is that you can get 80% solutions to the hands of developers and others, so we're not reinventing the proverbial wheel. Bearing in mind, part of the Libra project is also espousing this open source model as well, to enable people to develop on the network over time.
Well, I will say that we do have a lot of students very interested in social good use cases. So that's definitely a popular topic here. We do have another student question, kind of on that same topic of land rights that you were discussing. So the question from Matthew Showman is whether tokenized land rights, how do they work with blockchain? How does it live on the internet, and how is it connected with phones? If you could maybe just kind of give us a little bit better picture of what this looks like in a practical sense.
Sure. So I'm happy to start there, and obviously Pierre, please add as needed. So there was a fascinating blockchain-based company out of New York called Fluidity that successfully did this and basically tokenized commercial real estate. And the concept of tokenization, think of it as the digital equivalent of what you would get in paper if you were the property owner. Except the difference is because the cost, the value of digital transformation is that the second iteration has a fractional cost of 0. And so today these transactions are cumbersome and heavy. So typically 1 or 2 owners or a real estate investment trust might be the principal owner, because it's very hard to fractionalize something like that. But in a tokenized environment, the fractional cost of the second small fractional ownership of that land is 0. Therefore, you could effectively have 100 people own one piece of land and have title to it, and the token is the representation of that. I think this is not yet an idea that has reached scale, in part because there's a lot of regulatory hurdles that stand in the way. But it is an idea that has enormous opportunities and enormous implications for all the very issues we discussed at the outset.
Yeah, it's interesting. And Catherine, actually, you're involved in this, so you probably can provide an answer too. And you may want to. From our point of view, the experiment that we're running right now in Honduras and Malawi is the willingness and the participation and the information of the farmers to actually share it. Is the information actually available? So what we've learned is that we've got to simplify it, very radically simplify the process of collecting information, and begin with, name, address, and even the land itself, the space of land, the acreage is very, it's not controversial, it's just unknown. And so we're having to develop some technologies on how to pace it out, or, we can't use sophisticated techniques like satellites or anything else, but it's just some very simple processes that allow for the data that's required for blockchain to operate effectively. Is it available? Even with a good willingness on the part of the farmers, they don't know. They just, this is what I've been farming forever, and this is what my father used to do, and I don't know if I own this corner or not. I think so. And then, of course, if you start doing that, the next door neighbor is going to say, wait a minute, let's have a conversation about who owns. I know you've been farming it for decades, but it's not really your, anyway, that kind of stuff. Catherine, do you have something to add? Because you're involved.
Well, I think the thing we want to focus on is the strength of blockchain is transparency in this situation. Yeah. And so when you're saying a farmer doesn't, the title may be there, but there's no transparency into these records. And so where blockchain really comes in and helps is, first of all, verifying that, maybe by the government, that this person, this individual, this farmer owns this land or may lease this land and is entitled to that. And then it makes that available and viewable to others and reduces that fogginess of information and transparency is increased. So totally agree with you there. We have time for one more question. And I want to go back to the topic of payments just for a second. And this is from Josh Cox. So what is your opinion on blockchains or cryptocurrencies in areas like Yemen with hyperinflation, maybe some unrest in the government or lack of stable internet and infrastructure? How might these global payment systems affect these areas?
Yeah, that's a great question. And with deference to Pierre, if I can start the answer.
Sure.
So, that's the crux really of what we're trying to achieve with the Libra project, right? Is that we live in a world where more than 50% of the adult populations are subjected to a hyperinflationary domestic currency environment. And, marking the 75th anniversary of the UN this recently, just now, one of the key ways we pull people into the value chains of the world is through cross-border payments or remittances. It's a greater total cash flow than foreign direct investment and official government development aid, and it's a cash flow that goes into the real economy, into the hands of people. Yet our compliance systems around the world are such that countries are blacklisted. I hate the term, but it's a sad reality that in many respects, a country like Yemen might represent to a traditional banking or payment environment a net higher risk when some of these cash flows go south of the equator or south of the Mediterranean. And so a payment system that is mobile enabled, that could cut off the fundamental costs and introduce competition at those remittance corridors would be a big difference maker. And that's part of the reason we have members like Heifer International, Kiva, and a number of other members in the nonprofit domain in the association to help solve for last mile use cases and developing country use cases without sacrificing compliance or risk.
Yeah, I think you made a point that I just want to put some numbers to it. The overseas development aid that comes from USAID and DFID and all these other European, World Bank, et cetera, is about $160 billion a year. The volume of remittances coming in from the north, mostly the northern hemisphere, down to the south, the global south, is over $500 billion a year and growing. And as Dante made a note, it goes directly to the farmers. I have been in villages where it's clear that several of the family members are overseas sending remittances. The houses are in better shape, the roofs are in better shape. There's actually infrastructure that's been invested by the communities to actually make their lives better.
Gentlemen, I'm so sorry to move us along, but we have other guests lined up, and it was such a wonderful treat to have you here today and share your insight with us. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Catherine.
And we encourage our students with unanswered questions, maybe try to connect Umbrella. But now is your time to enter your secret session word that we said during our introduction. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with our next speaker. Thank you both so much.
Thank you, Catherine. It was wonderful. Take care. Bye-bye.
right, welcome back. So the secret word for this session is pioneer. And I think we'll all agree that our keynote speaker is indeed a pioneer. I took a little peek at the leaderboard, and I want to give a shout out to Lily, who is in first place. So you've been entering all the words correctly, and we'll be checking in periodically. All right, now, oh my God, Nick, I'm so excited to meet you. You have been such an inspiration to so many people. So Nick Szabo, he's a computer scientist. He's a law specialist. He's a cryptographer. And he really built the intellectual building blocks decades ago for everything we're talking about here. So Nick designed a digital cryptocurrency called BitGold. That was in 1998. That was a full 10 years before the Bitcoin white paper. But one of the things that I'm so excited about meeting you, Nick, is this paper that you wrote in 1997, where it's called Formalizing and Securing Relationships on Public Networks. But really what you talked about was this whole idea. You invented the idea of smart contracts and how they can be used to reduce transaction costs. So Nick, I know you're not a person who seeks the spotlight, but I'm making a prediction. I'm probably not the first one who's made it. I think someday you're going to win a Nobel Prize in economics for this idea, right? Because we had Ronald Coase, who developed transaction cost as a construct, win the Nobel Prize in economics. We had his student, Oliver Williamson, who formalized the theory. And now you with the next generation of how this can be automated. I can tell you our business professionals and our students can't wait to hear your talking points today, Nick. So I'll turn it over to you. And when you're ready for audience questions, just give me a shout and I'll come back on.
Thank you. Indeed, Coase and Williamson were indeed two of my inspirations for this. So let's go back to the year 1956. Tanks are rolling down the streets of Hungary, putting down a glorious but futile rebellion by the Hungarians against the Soviet Empire. Thousands were killed, thousands had to leave as refugees, including my father. He instilled in me a skepticism of government power, relying on it, and a libertarian worldview. So fast forward to the 1990s, I was part of a loose-knit online culture called the cypherpunks. We wanted to apply computer science to minimize vulnerability to strangers, and we were trying to solve ambitious problems, such as make a non-governmental form of money, a private or non-governmental form of money has been a dream of libertarians, and non-violently enforce property contracts. Libertarians value, like our society values, our legal system anyway, values property rights and contracts. But they do depend on the force of government and traditionally done. So we wanted to get something that did not depend on the same people who could send tanks down your streets. So out of this environment, these kinds of motivations, but again, those are big utopian. Out of this environment and these kinds of motivations, for smart contracts, for blockchains, and for cryptocurrencies. So, and today we have a much more popular and immediately driving motive for this, price. Strong market signal, particularly Bitcoin. If you take into account Bitcoin's volatility into a risk-adjusted ratio, what is called a Sharpe ratio, over 4-year periods, since that first famous Bitcoin for pizza transaction, Bitcoin has beaten all other financial assets in this risk-adjusted ratio of return. It's a very strong market. The question is, how do we explain this? So hopefully my talk today will contribute to that explanation. So let's start with the underlying technology of blockchain. Good public blockchain is trust minimized. It traps transactions in an immutable record, like flies trapped in amber. And by contrast, you have traditional centralized databases that they're kind of like computational Etch-a-Sketch. There's a centralized administrator who can revise or erase its memory at will. And so when you're trusting a remote database, you're trusting that organization and those administrators. You don't know what. So why is this trust minimization, this broad view of security important? Well, for several reasons. Global seamlessness. It comes from not depending on governments. If you don't depend on governments, then you are globally seamless, and the protocol can work anywhere in the world, anywhere the internet goes. And that gives you social scalability, which means you can deal with more people, more diverse kinds of people in more parts of the globe. And that turns out to be more economically valuable than computational scalability, the sheer performance ability. Lots of people. And securely permissionless. And again, that lowers costs for everybody, it lowers risk for everybody if you're securely permissionless. And the third reason security is important is it allows, trust minimization is important, broad view, is it allows a blockchain to be censorship resistant. And again, that lowers costs and risk for everybody involved and allows you to incorporate a wider, more diverse group of people. So that security, that trust minimization comes at a big cost in terms of traditional computational resources and scalability. We do proof of work mining, which is very complicated. Then we have broadcast replication. There's thousands of copies, tens of thousands of copies of Bitcoin around the world. Thousands of them live and talking to each other and up on each other's work. Some of that comes at a computational cost, but that's so cheap that for something you really want trust minimization for, such as a global currency, locally seamless currency, and store of value, it's really worthwhile. So a big part of that story is cryptography and replication, that is having those copies, and cryptographic verification schemes. And the other big part is decentralization. Blockchain behavior can't occur solo. It only occurs with many different machines around the globe controlled by many people, making lots of decisions and checking up on each other's work. So the software, it's like robot accountants checking up on each other's work. And these robot accountants allow us to get rid of trusted third parties. Trusted third parties are security holes, they're lawyer magnets. In the Bitcoin ecosystem, the only time Bitcoin itself, the miners and the nodes have been hacked, E3000, and that's a border gateway protocol on the underlying internet. So it's actually a hack on the underlying internet that allowed this, an actual centralized part of the internet. So even that kind of makes the point that it's centralization is the problem, security problem. And, but centralized exchanges, cryptocurrency exchanges, in fact, numerous times, hundreds of millions of dollars stolen. And interestingly enough, lawyers behave the same way as attackers in this regard. Bitcoin-related lawsuits are generally directed against exchanges and other such centralized nodes, and much more seldom against miners or full nodes. So let's now review the long history of money just very briefly, and help us understand why we want cryptocurrency. What's wrong with the good old dollar or the euro, and using PayPal or Venmo if we want digital versions of dollar or euro. What's called modern fiat money, and it seems quite normal to us. It's the only kind of money we've experienced in our lifetimes, but historically speaking, it's actually very unusual to have trust-based and fiat money. So for the vast majority of human history, we had things like shell beads, copper and gold beads, silver coins, that kind of thing, which is trust minimized. You weren't relying on a bank or some central authority for its value. And that was based on trustworthy natural scarcity. It was based on the so on. And so I've studied the origins and history of money quite extensively, and the main lesson I learned from that is that the design of money is very far from arbitrary. It's not just, we decide on subjective value on some arbitrary thing. Even though the diversity of forms would lead you to think that, and just with a naive look at it, it turns out not to be. There's some very consistent properties. I've gone into those more extensively. Anyway, you can have good and bad designs for money, you can have good and or bad technology you can use, and it doesn't have to be good. So cryptocurrency applies computer science to this problem, and combining the efficiency and convenience of digital money with the trust minimization that was expected of traditional. So probably the earliest trust minimized cryptocurrency proposal, as mentioned, was Bitcoin. But it was a design and a proposal, and Bitcoin, which came out in 2009, was in advance over that, incorporated some technical advances in the design that made it more trust minimized, and it also was actual software rather than design, so that was huge. And of course, took off. And so BitGold was a two-layer design. BitGold, the underlying layer for settlement, and there was a more efficient and private layer called Chaumian eCash for your data. And so I've always thought of Bitcoin also as evolving into two-layer. So its core layer, Bitcoin, capital B Bitcoin, optimized for trust minimization and security rather than for fee minimization or performance. And then at higher layers above that, Lightning, higher layers above Bitcoin that give you more efficient transactions in smart contracts. Getting smart contracts now. So in the early 1990s, as mentioned, I came up with some ideas for smart contracts and coined that phrase. And so let's first look at why contracts. According to legal scholar William Markham, contract law lies at the heart of our system of laws and serves as the foundation for our entire society. Our basically free market capitalist economy based on economies that aren't based on things rolling down the streets, are based on contracts. Contract law is a core class of first-year law school. Every time we do a deal, we have a legal contract. And so contracts allow people who are part of a deal to make their own rules that govern that business relationship. And that kind of spirit should apply to smart contracts. And so why do we make contracts? Well, we're building things or providing services, combining diverse people and objects into value-producing combinations, global supply chains. And those combinations produce value. So we have to get these people together and they agree to do a deal. And so for example, you think of a car engine with tens of thousands of parts. Most of those parts have to be outsourced. It's this socially scalable way, and to many different companies using contracts. And that means doing deals. So parties to a contract, call them Alice and Bob. They want a deal that makes them better off, even though they may be strategically combative with each other. They might not trust each other very far, but they want to do a deal. And so that requires laying down rules for the participants. They have to follow them. In the case of smart contracts, sometimes protocols automatically do part of it, or they're motivated to follow them by things like collateral, or in the traditional contracts, the threat of lawsuit, and reputation, and so forth. And contracts are ubiquitous. They are the most fundamental building blocks of our economies. And we want to do the same thing with smart contracts. So think of a smart contract as a vending machine, as a simple form of smart contract. You can imagine a lawyer writing up a vending machine behavior as a traditional contract. Party of the first puts in 4 quarters, before said party gets a soda. If party puts in a $1 bill, party puts in a $2 bill, back a soda, and 4 quarters. But instead of tediously laying it out like this, we and do that. And we can think of smart contracts as security protocols that control over things, conditional on states of the world and the performance of computer verifiable obligations. In other words, based on who did what when, or what happened when a smart contract changes control over assets. Those assets can be on-chain things like cryptocurrencies, tokens, on-chain rights that control cash flows. In the future, they may be able to control some kinds of off-chain assets as well. Google my name and proplets. I have a proposal for doing that. So the most basic and common thing that smart contracts do is verify performance. Some asset transfers or other performances conditional on others or on real world data or events. So a good smart contract keeps track of whether people are doing jobs, delivering their packages, cash flows, and so on. And right now, you can only keep track on chain of a small subset of formal things. And as more off-chain things get incorporated in things called oracles, then more things can be kept track of. And it changes based on these events. It changes the status of on-chain collateral. Ultimately, control over those assets accordingly. So some of the benefits of smart contracts include versus traditional ones include they handle more complexity. So contracts for difference, for an example, are based on a complex algorithmic calculation of prices. And so you really realistically could not do that before. And so a variation in theme on smart contracts is algorithmic management, and they're keeping track of a lot of simple, objectively measurable jobs that have various space and time requirements, such as, again, delivering packages systems. So another benefit is that more predictability is simpler, and it lowers security legal risks, and that's especially important for cross-border deals and for dealing with more distant, culturally or politically distant parts of the world. And so to dive in a little more in this contrast, you can think of wet code or smart contracts, or no, wet code traditional law running on the brains of lawyers based on subjective lines and analogy, dry code based on smart contracts based on Boolean bits and logic, security based on laws based on contempt, threat of fines, threat of imprisonment ultimately, and dry code is based on security things we discuss, such as replication and cryptography. Predictability is flexible, and in traditional law, it's fairly rigid. In dry code, traditional law is much more mature than smart contracts. Smart contracts are just at the very beginning of this revolution. So legal security behind traditional contracts involves various coercive processes. We talked about the strict and rigid rules. You can look on traditional contracts also as role models for smart contracts, and especially the early simple contracts. You can go back to the Industrial Revolution times, earlier Renaissance medieval times, when contracts started, and they were much simpler than the highly elaborate, professional lawyer contracts done today. And those make some very good role models for starting out and designing smart contracts. Traditional contracts are more complementary than competing with each other because of those differences I just outlined. And so the best applications can really use both. For example, if you have an insurance application, include a claims adjuster intermediary on parts of the process. And they would have the signature authority to advance the process along. And so whenever you do an intermediary, you can introduce them with signature authority in the smart contract. And you can have underlying traditional financial assets later on. So phases of the deal, we have search, looking for people to deal with. We have negotiation, haggling, drafting. We have performance, and search and negotiations have been done pretty well by internet commerce, like Uber app matching drivers, eBay matching buyers and sellers, and eBay auction and so forth. And Uber app has a price algorithm. But where they have not done so well is performance phase, when you actually do what was promised, when payments are made, when the normal asset transfers expected under the contract. And so smart contracts can really help with that aspect of it. And there's also the post-performance phase. Seizing and freeing collateral. Smart contracts can really help you with that by having on-chain cryptocurrency collateral. There's reputations, reviews on yield, performance phase, and of course, in traditional lawsuits, the threat of lawsuit. Contracts, the threat of lawsuit. And so let's now talk about cash flow, cash pool briefly. There's a whole category of smart contracts based on cash pools. You can have multi-signature authority to the cash pools. The cash pools can make distributions of cash flows. So, for example, you could have a mirror asset that mirrors the financial behavior of an off-chain asset. You have some of the financially responsible parties responsible for holding that asset and adjusting the on-chain cash pool to reflect it. And then more automated trust minimized part that distributes cash flows from that. I think that's going to be very important pattern in the future of decentralized finance, is having traditional finance on one end and having a very trust minimized front end on the other end, on the customer end. And that cash flow pool creates that trust minimized barrier, and the rest of the cash flow distributions to be globally seamless.
And Mr. Szabo, we're going to take a 30-second break to fix some technical difficulties, and we will be back with a super strong stream here in just a few seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I thought we were, but okay.
We're back again, everyone. Sorry about that quick interruption, and take it away.
Okay, so in conclusion, we talked about cryptocurrency and why trust minimized money is valuable. Then we discussed smart contracts and about why we make contracts and about the advantages and disadvantages of smart contracts, the dry code of smart contracts and protocols and blockchains versus the wet code of traditional contracts and lawyers. And we briefly looked at cash flow pools, an example of global financial machines, decentralized finance that smart contracts makes possible. And So when you put smart contracts on a good trust minimized blockchain, it provides plumbing for financial aspects of a service, which can now seamlessly cross trust boundaries, such as national borders, and it can go to a culturally, legally, politically much more diverse set of people. And we can look at traditional contracts, especially early simple financial contracts, as role models. And we can, with some creativity, reverse engineer them into smart contracts. And so to take best advantage of blockchains, we need to use the best of blockchain tech, trust minimized blockchains with the best of traditional finance. So I gave the example of an insurance application, great deal of it can be automated, but some parts of it can't. A lot of that is the claim adjustment process. And so you can put a claim adjuster in there with signature authority as part of the process. And traditional financial assets, you can have financially responsible parties holding the underlying assets and use cash flow pools to distribute that in a trust minimized way. Distribute those cash flows in a trust minimized way. And these are all based on the underlying technology of blockchains we talked about and how a good trust minimized blockchain gives us global seamlessness and censorship resistance. And they can even be secure against rolling tanks. Thank you very much.
Nick, thank you so much. I was so pleased that you agreed to come speak to a Blockchain for Business conference, because I do see you as the poster man of the libertarian and cypherpunks. But today you talked to us about, using smart contracts and these technologies in very traditional ways, in, our traditional supply chains and in insurance businesses. So have you softened over the years, or what do you see as the adoption for traditional enterprises in this space?
Well, so I mean, there's many ways to deploy this technology, and certainly I favor, for various reasons, and politics is certainly not the only one. I give a bunch of others in my presentation. The trust minimized way allows you the global seamlessness, allows you to deal with a much greater, in political terms and legal terms, much greater diversity of people. But when an enterprise gets involved, there's that. What I'm talking about is between enterprises, and within enterprises, you're still going to want your controls, and there's probably clever ways to combine this stuff with traditional controls on transactions that enterprises use within the corporation.
Are you ready for some questions from our students?
Sure.
Okay. So one of the students says, how are cryptocurrencies going to ever enter the markets with governments that seem to be, either behind the times or even openly hostile?
Well, I mean, one of the good news is you don't need the permission of governments for them to technically work. We have, Satoshi Nakamoto never asked anybody's permission. He just released Bitcoin. And we have, tens of thousands of copies running around the world. And so it's really a technology that you release and governments respond to in various ways. So in some sense, it's more like a law of nature than a law of man that is in operation here.
And what would you make of some central bank initiatives of having sort of a digital fiat currency? Do you have an opinion on that?
Well, so the kind of cryptocurrency I described is very different from what they're talking about. A fiat currency is trust-based, and so that's what they're proposing, are trust-based, centralized. Basically, what their proposals are more competitive with things like PayPal. It would end up, putting PayPal or Venmo out of business if they succeeded. I think PayPal and Venmo can do that kind of thing so much better than they can that they're not really going to get very far. But if they succeeded, that's who they'd be putting out of business, not cryptocurrencies.
Okay, good. That was a good insight. And then I have a question from a student. When you talk to corporations, what is their main hesitation about automating smart contracts? I think you sort of answered it with the lawyers, but you might have something else to.
Yeah, I mean, well, it is a different paradigm, and so that takes a long time to communicate. You do have to integrate your internal controls with it, and so yeah, it's a long learning curve.
It is. And Nick, what are some of the things you're working on now? What are some of your passions now?
Well, I'm most good chunk on some different subjects these days, such as education, and I've always been interested in history, so I study a lot of that. And in terms of smart contracts, it's making smart contracts more negotiable. Like right now, smart contracts are typically, take it or leave it. Somebody wrote some code, and you can use that code or not. And so I'm designing and developing some tools to make it more like building blocks, so that more people who aren't necessarily programmers can create smart contracts. And as part of that negotiation process, negotiating together with making your customized smart contract, smart deal.
So do you have any ideas on things like, when you think about the limitations of smart contracts, if this is embodied in code, you need if then else statements.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do with clauses like change of character clauses or goodwill clauses? Have you given any thought to the fuzzier side of contracts?
Right. So I did mention that there are definitely some cases. If you want to talk fuzzy, one of the fuzziest areas is for verifying performance is construction industry. So I would expect, trying to figure out if the drywall was put in correctly and things are according to code to be among the later things that computers can take cognizance of, not earlier. So a lot of that is still far future. And like I said, they're complementary. So smart contracts certainly cannot do a lot of those subjective things, but you use them for what you can use smart contracts for verifying the performances like package delivery or payments or transfer of digital assets that you can use them for, and use traditional contracts in a complementary way for the things with more subjective clauses.
Okay, and we have some students say, do you have any advice for them?
Do I have advice?
Yes.
Well, okay, I can sort of describe the path I went down as very broad based, like not super specializing necessarily. So, for example, my studies crossed history, legal history, law, getting a law degree, and computer science. Got a computer science degree as well, and quite a bit of study on top of that as well. So. It depends what you want to do. If you want to, innovate, taking a very broad-based approach is good. If you want to specialize in smart contracts, or in one of these areas, then a real focus, to become an expert is good.
I always say one of the things why I love being a professor, Nick, is when you're surrounded by all of these students who have the luxury of their general requirements. So they could be studying music and history and political science in addition to business. So that's great advice. I also wanted to ask you, so you put this out was it 1997? Mm-hmm. Did the world pay attention to it immediately, or is this just something that has been growing over time?
Well, certainly, vastly bigger than it was then. Yeah, it was a very specialized group of people talking about those things. Well, one of the fortunate things happened was the internet itself. It brought a bunch of people together. Like this never would have happened if it weren't for the internet bringing a bunch of people from around the globe together who had these sort of improbably parallel interests in these special, very obscure, specialized things back then. So.
Right. I also wanted to tell you, because I'm sure you haven't been on all day, but our associate director at the Blockchain Center of Excellence is also a libertarian and a cypherpunk, and he was about the 25th Bitcoin miner. Wonderful. So you are well represented at the University of Arkansas. Okay, you can tell I sort of represent more of the traditional business applications, but we try to cover it all here too. So my final question for you, Nick, you have been an inspiration to so many people. Who do you turn to for inspiration?
Well, of course, my dad inspired me, and there's various people in the libertarian world that have inspired me. Frederick Hayek comes to mind, for example. I mean, computer scientists, Haber and Stornetta with their time stamping, David Chaum with his eCash, you know, people who invented proof of work stuff. So yeah, I mean, there's a long list of people that we always
got a lot of heroes, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, you're one of ours. Nick, it's been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming to speak today at the University of Arkansas. We all wish you well, and I'll continue to follow you. As much as you are followable, you're not very, you're not a big LinkedIn user, are you?
On Twitter, though.
Thank you so much. You have a great day.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Okay. All right. So for the rest of the audience, it's now time for you to enter the secret word for this session. And we can take a peek at our upcoming leaderboard. So before we go to our breakout sessions, I've got a couple of announcements. The first thing I want to do is thank our awesome production team. So behind the scenes, we have Michael Curtis. Michael, thank you for making all of this happen today. We have two of our graduate students. They were actually in our video this morning too, Odessa Ellie and Lily Wilson. They've been with us for this whole planning and execution of our event. And of course, Dan Conway and Catherine Carlisle. So thank you to our production team. Now, also, if you want to watch any of these other, any of these talks, if you came in late, I know some of the students had classes this morning. We are streaming live on the Walton College YouTube page and the Blockchain Center of Excellence Facebook page and Twitter page. I also encourage you, we want to hear from you. So in our Brella app, please fill in the attendee survey. It's under the More option within the app. We want to hear what you loved about today, maybe what you didn't love, and what you'd like to see the future of the Blockchain Center of Excellence be. Okay, so we're ready for our game winner for today, I believe. And okay, I believe, Odessa, are you going to make the announcement? Because I'm fumbling with my 50 windows that are open.
Sure, Dr. Lassity, I can make the announcement. So on the leaderboard, in first place, we have Shi Yin Hong. I believe that's one of our students. So congratulations, you got all of the questions correct. And we do have about a 10-way tie for second place. So there are a lot of you who got 5 out of the 6 questions correct. So congratulations to all of you.
Okay, well, and thank you so much, Odessa, for being of such a help during the conference. And so we'll run this game fresh tomorrow, right? So we'll have a day 2 game, and Odessa will be monitoring that for us. So thank you so much. Okay, now we're ready to direct you to go to our breakout sessions. So if you'd like to attend the Smart Resume, it's such a cool project. We're really closely involved at the Sam Walton College of Business in this. We have Dave Wengel from Identify, and you don't have to go anywhere. So if that's the breakout session you want, just hang on. It'll be here on the conference main stage. If you'd like to learn about blockchain traceability with the IBM Food Trust, you're going to be in breakout room number 1. So if you look in Brella above the video, you'll see the pull down menu. Catherine showed it also at the beginning of the conference. You can click breakout room 1. That'll get you to the room. And then to participate in Q&A for breakout room 1, you also have to go on the right-hand side and change the Q&A tab to breakout room 1. If you'd like to go to scaling payments with Ethereum, that will be in breakout room number 2. Again, use your scroll down above your video, select 2, and then don't forget to change your Q&A. And with that, I think we have about a minute break while we do our magic behind the scenes. So we'll be back in a minute. Yes, chapter 7, credentials. Okay, so Catherine will do a countdown for us. I'll introduce you, and then I'll turn control over to you. Well, welcome to our first set of breakouts. I'm so excited to be hosting this breakout on the Smart Resume project. And we have with us today Dave Wengel, who is the CEO and founder of Identify. You know, Dave, I think you were one of the first people that I met from business when I moved to Arkansas it's been about 26 months ago. Yeah. So Dave is an accomplished business person. His company is based in Little Rock, Arkansas. And really, I think the theme across all your major solutions is really about the prevention of fraud, right? So if you've got solutions to prevent fraud in student financial aid and in market leads. And today we're going to talk about a project near and dear to our hearts at the Sam Walton College of Business, the Smart Resume solution. And so this is really, Dave's company has built a trusted platform for talent acquisition, but I think of it sort of as like a platform like LinkedIn, but instead of people self-reporting their credentials, he has developed it so that issuers are the only ones authorized to issue credentials for the person. We began this project about 18 months ago with some of our students here at the Sam Walton College of Business. And today, Dave, I believe you've got over 60,000 smart resumes that have been launched by credentialing organizations. And certainly every graduate from the University of Arkansas now gets a smart resume. So it's been an incredible journey. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. It's a pleasure to be here. And I think we couldn't have done this without the Walton College. It's a little bit what we'll talk about today is, our background is in building consortiums, and we've got about 9 years of experience. And what we found prior to even launching Smart Resume, when you're building a consortium, the first question that a prospect always asks is, well, who else is already doing this?
Right.
And it's hard when you don't have anyone doing it yet. You need to find that right first perfect partner. And that was Walton College for us. And Dean Waller and Zach and Professor Cronin and Professor and Rajiv and others. And so what we wanted to do today is talk probably as much about what we feel is really the most overlooked component of blockchains, especially permission ones, which is the importance of community. And it's really pretty simple as an academic exercise for a university to issue, a certified diploma on the chain or something like that. But in order to really provide value, what we really wanted to do with Walton was to build out a community. And so that's what we're going to talk about today is, building value propositions. It's a lot easier to show versus tell. So we'll kind of jump straight into a live demo to give some dramatic flair to see if what goes right and hopefully nothing goes wrong. But and maybe to kick things off, Mary, I thought, as we like to bill ourselves as the world's first certified resume, but what's been fascinating is what we're doing has roots that's really going back to 500 years. And so if you look at, and I'm going to jump over now and
go ahead.
Jump in and tell me if you can see, hope everyone can see my screen. It should be saying the world's first resume.
Yeah, it does.
And here we are. So, what's fascinating about this from our research is that literally a young prodigy in Florence, Italy created a list of his accomplishments when he was trying to get a job with the Duke of Milan, which was actually a warring faction kind of at that point. And this prodigy was saying, hey, I can make bombs for you, I can make armaments. And if you're the Duke of Mon, you're thinking, wait a minute, why should I trust this young person in a warring state to hire them to build bombs for me? But so kind of even back to 500 years ago, when you've got the world's first kind of resume here, there's this issue of this prodigy really wanting to differentiate himself and know that this person probably doesn't know him or trust him. And so he literally came up with a document numbered 1 through, I think, 10 of what his accomplishments were. And, who that person was actually Leonardo da Vinci, which is kind of fascinating when you think about it. But what we see in this has been, for 500 years, universities that are trusted have been giving certified diplomas and transcripts, talking about the academic accomplishments. Almost amazingly, for about the same amount of time, individuals, starting with Leonardo da Vinci, have been creating their own resumes to showcase their unverified talents. But there have been these 2 parallel sets of credentials, right? And they've each kind of got their Achilles heel. So the diplomas and transcripts, totally missing kind of the uniqueness of that individual. And then the resumes have been totally missing, the validations from someone trusted. And as we talked about, Mary, we kind of didn't believe this 2 years ago when we first reached out to Dean Waller and you, which is that no one's ever created a certified resume before. And so that's where we really saw the market opportunity. Since there's never been these certified resumes, that's led to a lot of inefficiencies with employers. It's hard for them to find job talent. When they do find someone, it can take 2 weeks to verify that they have those skills from a background check. And so it's hard to hire people. And so that's why today, as Mary alluded to, our big announcement is that we've now created smart resumes for every Walton College graduate back to 1992. We'll go through the link of how you activate that. Roughly 25,000. To be very clear, it's for Walton College. We are going to be announcing other colleges within Fayetteville that are launching, and we have a much broader rollout that I'll show in a second across Arkansas. But when we talk about smart resume, people talk a lot about moonshot, and we kind of, self-jokingly think, well, moonshot's already been done before. People have been to the moon. I mean, to do this is like a Mars shot to come up with a cliche. Like, no one's ever done this before. We're very upfront about the challenges of how do you get not just the Walton College to do this, but a lot of different schools and partners. And so, Mary, what I thought I'd do, and I'll pause here to you kind of guide the conversation too, but really the key things to know if you're just learning about Smart Resume for the first time, we've not created a walled garden. So we built this on Hyperledger Fabric, permission blockchain. We're also focusing on meeting interoperability standards. You'll hear a lot, if you haven't already, about comprehensive learner records, learning employment records. It's kind of what Smart Resume is, but this is truly a certified, attested to digital document Smart Resume that our learners can share with anyone in the world that they want. They can also apply for jobs on our platform, but this is something that's going to be interoperable between schools, and it's going to be following a set of guidelines from IMS Global so that we can get multiple institutions around the country and the world to attest to the accomplishments. And so what I'm going to do today is kind of just 5 minutes. I'll show you who we're working with, and then I'll jump right into the demo. Mary, does that sound good? Or any other questions?
That sounds great. That sounds great.
So if Dean Waller's watching, he probably remembers this, but let's just talk about how humbling this is. So you see kind of the scribbled date, May 18th, 2018. Dean Waller had a colleague take this picture. So this was kind of day one for Smart Resume. It was my CTO and I coming in and speaking with Professor Conan and Rajiv and Zach and Chris McCoy and Dean Waller. And we told them we had this idea, which was that, hey, we want to build a community where all the schools can issue certified resumes attesting to not only academic information, but also co-curricular information, job skills. And Dean Waller said you came to the right place. We have no issues being the first one to jump in. We know this won't be easy. And this is again, when people leave this, I hope what they think about any ideas you have, I'd encourage you to go after them, but be prepared. It's like we've gone out of our way to not financially kind of falsely incentivize people to use Smart Resume. The idea of token airdrops and everything and crypto is really how a lot of projects try to get jump started, and we think it's kind of cheating. I mean, they're really doing that because they haven't proven the value of whatever they're trying to launch. And so we knew we were in this for the long haul. So once we got Walton College on board, then Arkansas State System said they wanted to join. And then University of Central Arkansas, and then Arkansas Tech, and then the entire University of Arkansas system. And so the reason that Arkansas is such a great laboratory for us to launch Smart Resume is that those 4 schools make up about 75% of the higher ed grads. And so as Mary can attest, kind of our first year was spent with small pilots getting feedback, from the learners about what they liked, didn't like. And each step of the way, we kept on getting buy-in from our school partners. And I'll kind of jump ahead to now, and this is probably hard to see, but our other announcement for today, the whole top half here is higher ed. So all 14 University of Arkansas schools have now committed to launch with Smart Resume. So I believe it's about 6 or 7 have already launched. The other 7 ranging from 2-year schools to the state's leading medical school are all launching with Smart Resume. And we also have great partners from really across the board. So Shorter College, a historically Black college here in North Little Rock, has signed on. Arkansas Tech, North Arkansas College, a 2-year college. But when we started sharing more details about Smart Resume, people really challenged us to say, hey, this isn't just something for higher education. Partner with skills certifiers. So we partnered with Goodwill Industries of Arkansas. So we're certifying their forklift operators. We're partnering with the state of Arkansas on the far right, where they've got a program called Future Fit, where the whole point of that program is to give an intensive class at area community colleges to certify manufacturing skills. So again, that's not something that's a credit hour, but it's something that employers are looking for. And so as Mary said, since there's kind of never been, kind of a certified LinkedIn, there can never really be a certified Indeed.com. And that's what we're doing here is, every Smart Resume has to be opted into, but once you opt in, you're part of a certified talent registry. And if you want to be found, employers can find you, whether you're a welder or a computer programmer. And so I'm going to show you just this one last slide, then I'm going to launch the demo. But Mary, any other observations, or does this sound like we're on the right track?
Yeah, it sounds like we're on the right track, except I'm going to have to update your case study because you keep growing so fast.
Yeah, and so actually to let you know too, we're at 67,000 Smart Resumes.
Oh, see, I just texted you 2 weeks ago. You have an additional 7,000. That's fantastic. Keep going, Nick.
Yeah, and so kind of like, so this guy's, to put your hat on, this is the learner. So this is what a Smart Resume looks like, and I'm going to jump into the live platform, but so every Smart Resume is different. It's totally different from a resume that you create on your own. So your school or your education partner will email you and say, hey, there's a Smart Resume waiting for you, but you have to opt in. So other key bullet takeaway. This is 100% opt-in. We're never using sensitive data. We don't get your social security number, anything like that. So we can pre-build the Smart Resumes just like a school would build a transcript. But if you don't activate this, then you're never going to be contacted. So we don't want our employer partners to contact you if you don't want to use Smart Resume, or if you don't know you have it, they won't contact you. But once you opt in, then we don't really call them badges. They're more kind of medallions, but you can see kind of what's been certified for you. And the top one here in gold is from the Office of the Registrar. So with every school, we work with the registrar to certify academic information. So if someone were to audit kind of our chain, they would see that, yes, on this date, the Office of the Registrar certified this award. Or the next one, we're excited to also partner with the Global Campus at the University of Arkansas. So this is not a credit program, it's a skills-based program, and you can see they've kind of added in their description of what this course is. So in this case, it's not the registrar certifying this accomplishment, it's the Global Campus team. And then lastly, before I jump to the demo, I think what Dean Waller really liked about Smart Resume too is this is a home for achievements that haven't historically been positioned on a transcript or a diploma. So something like Leadership Walton, it's a fantastic cohort of students, but they've never been able to really showcase their designation anywhere else. And this can be done on Smart Resume, and most importantly, employers can easily search for that talent. So Mary, I'm gonna kind of jump without a net now, if that sounds good. And I'm gonna go through here, and I'm gonna log in as a test user. So everyone there watching virtually, what we're logging in now is, this is in our sandbox environment. So everything we do, we have a sandbox, we have multiple kind of areas of redundancy to test things before we put anything or help our partners put anything on an immutable ledger. But once you activate your Smart Resume, which we hope you do, we hope many of you are Walton grads or upperclassmen, this is what you'll see. It's a really simple 4-step process. We encourage you to do this from a desktop, but you'll see your Smart Resume. You can add in sections, very simply. I'm, looking to join a fast-paced startup, period. Save. Everything, guys, is drag and drop. We don't have nearly enough time to show it, but we know that you have to be in control of how your resume looks, whether you want degree on top or anything like that. And then, most importantly, when you want to go through and you want to see your Smart Resume, you can save it as a PDF. But then you can also, again, when an employer is coming in here, we've added in the functionality where you can see the employer sees the real-time certification for each and every award. This isn't just a badge that this person has copied and pasted. They're able to see kind of what's been attested to. And then Mary, I know this is going to be quick, but I just want to show people how easy it is to apply for jobs. And then we'll kind of close out with some key takeaways. So if this individual sees a job that they want to apply to, I'm going to open it up. And by the way, we're prioritizing the jobs here based on the skill set. Let me see, I already applied for that one. Okay, it's literally, folks, 2 clicks. Once you get your Smart Resume, you see a job that you want to apply for. It's 2 clicks. And then I'm now, as kind of closing this out, so I don't have time for questions, I'm going to log in as an employer. And then this is what the employer sees when you've applied for a Smart Resume. They see the individuals who've applied for all their individual jobs. And then they also see the candidate pool. And that's kind of the game changer, is that our employer partners can see the people who have skills matching their needs and have opted in. So that way you don't even have to have applied for a job. As long as you're open to being contacted, you can go ahead and just opt in. But for the employer, really the value is, and you just saw how I created that job objective, in the upper right here, the identifier, employers don't know your race, gender, ethnicity. So a big part of, I think what really stumps people with putting credentials on an immutable ledger is you obviously don't want to put their contact information on an immutable ledger. So what we do is we create an identifier. It's an alphanumeric key, and we swap that out with a person's contact information before our school partners post the Hyperledger. But it's ended up kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because now when an employer first gets a Smart Resume, they can decide on whether or not they want to contact the person based on the certified skill, and then decide to be able to go through. So if I decide that this is someone that I want to contact, I've now unlocked the identity, and I can see it's Gal Smiley, and then I can click the contact button, and then this employer can easily reach out and connect with that individual. So that's kind of the game changer of this, is that, with Smart Resume, it's not just kind of the first certified resume. It's really also the first certified pool of talent, out there, to make it easy for employers to find. Mary, how are we doing on time? Do we have about 5 more minutes, or should I cut off now and get to the final slide?
No, we're doing great. We actually, it doesn't matter if we go over a little, because we're the last session for today. So
okay. I'm going to jump through, and these slides will be available, Mary, so feel free to put them out there. I'm just going to jump to a couple of key things. So we talked a little about the interoperability. So just as this slide kind of shows, so we're also are partnering with the Arkansas Department of Education. So people that have, a degree, obviously if they're in education, they probably have teacher licensure. So we're also making this, you'll be in control of your identifier. So even if by accident, 2 different smart resumes have been created for you, let's say one with your University of Arkansas credentials, one with your teacher licensure, we make it easy for you to combine it on your smart resume. So your smart resume, this visual document, that's not obviously physically on the blockchain. It's just the individual awards that are on the blockchain. And then anything that you as the learner type in, whether it's a profile or job objectives, to be very clear, none of that ever goes on to the blockchain. It's just, we're making it easy to combine kind of your own, added functionality with the certified awards, and the employers can easily see what's been certified versus what an individual has put in. And then just recently, the University of Arkansas system, they see this as a game changer. As their chief academic officer said, they think this is going to completely change and improve the way things are done for employers to access this. And I'm going to kind of jump to the chase here, Mary. Do I have a smart resume? If you're a Walton College graduate back to 1992, most definitely you do. There are challenges. If the school doesn't have your current email, it may be a little trickier for you to find it, but I'll show you where to do that. For current students, we built smart resumes for undergraduates that have at least 70 credit hours, or most postgraduate students. And then here's kind of the payoff. So if you visit findmysmartresume.com, that's where you can activate your smart resume. And I'm going to finish with that, jumping to that site, Mary. But these are our big request of you. You're never going to pay for your smart resume. So we have a trademark on the phrase smart resume. There are other companies out there saying they've got, I won't say them, but they use a play on words of smart resume. But a lot of these resume companies out there try to get your credit card information. They try to bill you. We will never ask for any billing information. You will never be charged as an individual learner. Our monetization plan is with companies, helping them find talent that's opted in. But we do have big requests, and that is really our first 2 years. I've been focusing on building a good product. As I probably tell Mary every time, our mantra here is great is the enemy of good. And what that means is you can try to get perfection, but you'll never get anything done. And so we've just been trying to get this good enough, but now we're turned the corner and we want to make it great. So any feedback that you have as a user, please email it to us at feedback@smartresume. I'll tell you what our whiteboard looks like right now at the office. It's, we're building a separate mobile wallet. Resumes are really hard to do on a mobile device. We know that. It's going to be easy, Mary, for your students to activate their smart resume on the mobile, but we're making improvements on how the badges and medallions are represented. There's going to be some big announcements coming up about a lot of employers joining on. We have gotten our first interoperability certification, that this is something that people can download and take it off Smart Resume. So if you don't want to use a Smart Resume, you'll be able to download the award and then post it elsewhere in a different wallet. And then also just on the governance committee, and node strategy, we've made a conscious decision of, we have to see if there's a business appetite, and we have to find out the people. We don't need to have every school partner be a node, but we have to first prove that this is a viable business, operation. And that's where we are now. And so Mary, I'm just going to close with showing, and I'll open up for questions. But this is the site. So if you're a Walton grad or you're a current kind of upperclassman or postgrad, when you click on Find My Smart Resume, all you have to do is type in your last name, your maiden name, if it's changed. So what it was at school, you would type in the University of Arkansas, go down to Fayetteville, and then you either put in your student ID, which I know some of you may not remember, but you should be able to request it. Most likely, though, you remember what your student email was. This doesn't have to be your active school email, but it has to either be your University of Arkansas email or your personal email that the university has on file. So by doing that, you then just click search. And then if we built a smart resume, you can activate it from here. If you're having any trouble, there's an immediate help function, and you just email us. Don't email Mary, don't email the registrar's office, email my team. And then we'll help you. We'll either tell you, yes, we built it, or no, you'll need to be in the next wave. But we're excited, we've talked to the US Department of Education, their credentials team, they've confirmed there is no one else in the country that's built a certified resume, much less has built out an ecosystem of certified talent. And Walton has led the way, and we couldn't do it without Mary, your team. Sorry. And I was talking for too long. That's the sign when the automatic.
No, I know. I gesticulate too, because I'm also in a green building.
But that's it. So I'll open up for questions, or Mary, any comments you have? I'm happy.
I'm going to go to questions, and so I'm going to try to I'm going to organize these questions by stakeholders. So let's first talk about questions students have as individual resume users. So Dave, you showed that the students can customize text and that they can move around the different badges. What if a student got a credential they don't really want on their resume? Can they hide it? Can they contest it? Or what would they do?
Yeah, I'm just going to share that really quick, Mary, because that's a really important point of how easy it is to do that. And also just something may not be relevant anymore, right? So let's say I started as a biology major, and then this would be like me, I'm like, oh, that's way too hard. I'm going to be a political science major. No offense to political scientists out there. But anything that's either, no longer relevant or is, there could be duplicates. That's, Mary, been one challenge we've had. We've had schools send us slightly different descriptions after 6 months. And so we'll create essentially 2 awards for the same thing. And we've gotten pretty good at now setting up a system to watch for that. But what I just did was I just hid this degree information, and then you just click save page layout. So if there's anything that you don't want to show on your smart resume, you don't have to, guys. This is we don't want this, because if there's something on here you don't like, you're not going to want to use this. So now you just saw what we did here. The degree isn't showing up anymore. So on the document that you can save as a PDF or that you can share, everything is, you can hide things. And then if you want to unhide it, you just hit reveal and show it there. And then you can also do things like add page breaks in here. Web-based resumes are tricky. Again, kind of us plowing the dirt with our face. We realize that, okay, we've got to, if someone wants to have a printable document, we have to add page breaks, but no one complains about a LinkedIn profile being 6 pages long because you don't print them, right? And that's what we're getting. So I don't, we're not that concerned about making a perfect printable resume. This is really more about, as soon as you opt in and you add in your things here, our employer partners are going to be really looking digitally at this versus, at a printed out copy, if that makes sense.
Okay. If a student wants to use the smart resume and send it to a company that's not on the platform, how would they let the company know about this, that this is a certified resume?
Yeah, so on here, Mary, so this is the PDF version. So they can download, and we have instructions on how to download a PDF, and it'll take through there. If an employer clicks on a smart resume that's been emailed to them, they see kind of the smartresume.com, which is our domain, and then they can go and they can learn more about what makes Smart Resume unique. We're also going through some iterations. I would predict 6 months from now, Mary, people will probably have 3 different versions of a Smart Resume, one with kind of the medallions here, one that is just really boring, that will basically meet even the most archaic applicant tracking systems. But this is, you look at Doug McMillan with Walmart, Tim Cook with Apple, what they've told the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is they want to see learner employment records, comprehensive learner records, and finding skills. And so basically we're in the midst of tearing up the rule book about what resumes should be and how they should be found. But that's not without its challenges, right? We still have to make sure that we're able to provide a document to someone that can meet software that's 15 years old. And that's where we're getting to next is, now that we've got this built out, we'll probably make some simpler forms of resumes that can be sent out as well.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to ask you a question about the issuers. I know this answer, but I'll let you answer it. How hard is it for issuers to certify?
Yeah, and so I think one of the smart decisions we made, Mary, early on was knowing that no one's ever seen this before, and people have a lot of priorities. People have these scars from technical implementations that were billed as 3 months that took 18 months, and half the IT team gets fired. And so what we've done is it's incredibly simple for an issuer to just literally send us a spreadsheet, and then we format it, we tee it up in our system, and then the registrar is ultimately the one clicking certify to put it on the chain. But it's also something, we're not a traditional blockchain application. I don't know if there even is such a thing as a traditional one, right? You call us a hybrid, whatever you want to do, but at the end of the day, this wouldn't get done without us. I'm not saying because we're the smartest. I'm just saying that in order to rally and build a community, you have to have a singular throat to choke that will just get stuff done. And that's the value that my team plays. But what we're doing now with IMS is this is turning into a solution that will be automated. So if you're a school in California that's willing to meet the IMS Global's guidelines for comprehensive learner records, you'll be able to upload your data and it will automatically create smart resumes without us getting involved. To this point, it's taking a lot of manual intervention, but this wouldn't get done if it wasn't easy. So there's no technical integration for any schools that are listening in out there. We can get you up and running without technical integration, and my team can show how easy it is to do.
Okay, so we talked about the individual resume holders. We've talked about the issuers. So the next phase of building a consortia is the companies that want to hire and use this for job acquisition. So what is your plan for job acquisitions? And we have one question. Are there companies posting jobs already?
Yes, so they are. There's about 10 companies in there right now, Mary. In the next probably 4 weeks to 6 weeks, you'll see some big announcements coming out of our team where that number will grow very quickly. I'll just leave it at that. And so this is kind of, I don't even know if chicken or the egg is the right analogy, but right. So if you're an employer, you can love the idea, but until there's enough talent, there's not a lot of utility. If you're a learner, what's going to make you want to opt in is seeing the employers there. And so we do have signed contracts with, most of the leading Fortune 500 companies in Northwest Arkansas, companies throughout Arkansas. But with this next step, with getting the 25,000 resumes built for Walton College, it's a game changer for employers. So now I'm an employer and I can now touch people that have left Arkansas that have no idea about the jobs that my company has in Northwest Arkansas. I mean, it really just opens the door now. And so this is the hardest thing. And it's what I think 99% of most people trying to do blockchain applications don't see until they've already invested a year or 18 months, is if there isn't a very solid value proposition for every stakeholder, whether it's the employer, the learner in this case, or the school, it's kind of a rabbit hole. And so our numbers are, I'll bet you a lunch, Mary, that will be over 100 employers pretty early in 2021. I would put it that way, based on the interest that we have.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You have a question from one of our students, Dalian. What is the timeline for the rest of the university outside of Walton College to implement a smart resume? Because we have some students that are not in Sam Walton College that are in our blockchain classes.
Yeah, so there is another college within the University of Arkansas that's making an announcement where we've made 6,000. And so that one is done. And then from the University of Arkansas Board of Trustees, I mean, they've made it public. They're encouraging every school to ramp this up across the board. And so we'll now be working with, the leadership further with Fayetteville, kind of showing, and this really, I'll kind of add this in, Mary, and you probably remember this from 20 months ago, our commitment to Walton College was that we're going to do a crawl, walk, run. And we're going to give you the opportunity to bail out if you ever think this isn't valuable, if it's too hard. So literally we started with 50 resumes, Mary, that I think you got opt in. Then we went to 5,000. And now we're at the final stage with Walton where we've made it for every graduate. So it's 25,000. And so
I also remember you saying it was harder to do the first 50 than it was to do the next 5,000, right? Because you're learning as you go.
It's like the pharmaceutical analogy. It's the same thing. The R&D you spend on that first pill that gets approval is probably more than the next billion, pills that it takes to actually make once you get it. And there's just so many things that come up with, every school has their own nomenclature you have to deal with. There's just a lot of issues that come up. There's no other way to put it, to get something.
Processes.
Yeah. And so, but to answer the question, I feel, very confident based on how well these turned out, how well the Smart Resumes turned out for this other college within Fayetteville, that we're on good footing to, hopefully have all of Fayetteville up next year, but we'll have to make sure that we get all the right, approvals, but it's looking good so far.
Okay, and so I can tell this student too that he's enrolled now, so he'll get an email when his college has done it, correct?
That's correct. Yep. And then they can even go on to findmysmartresume.com, Mary. And if we haven't built one yet, they just put in, it's like a waiting list. So I encourage you, and for any other school. So this is kind of our lead generation forum where we can go out to schools around the country and say, hey, we've already had 20 alumni of your school saying that they want a smart resume, or they want your smart resume to be included in here. And so even if we haven't made one for you yet, please definitely go on to findmysmartresume.com and register your interest. Again, we never ask for anything sensitive like social security number. It's just, name, address, phone, email, and what school you're in. And then we'll alert you as soon as one's made for you.
Okay, great. So in addition to this being a fabulous opportunity as a user for our students, for our information systems, we love talking about this as an example of how do you launch an end-to-end solution, Dave? And I love how forthcoming you are about, the challenge really is about building the community. And we talk about that in class. The other thing, I just want to tie it to one of the earlier speakers. So James Regener from Veritech said, if you build it, they won't come. Right? So you can't build things in isolation. It really is. These are ecosystem solutions, and the real value comes to bringing the ecosystem partners together. So, Dave, thank you so much for sharing your journey with us today. I know I'll have you back as guest speakers in our class. Thank you also to Adatify for being one of our sponsors for this event. We really appreciate you, and we appreciate your company. So thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Appreciate you.